Alright, here we go. Marvel superheroes, and we got Alex Gluckner, whole name there, as Pangea, right? Are you still thinking about trying to switch to Polarizer or something? I need a shave.
I considered continuing to play him when we were, when Pangea was still dead, but maybe I'll just save him as like a backup still.
Yeah,
In case I die.
I think he's a good backup.
Yeah.
I like Pangea,
It's a lot of fun.
so he's got interesting cast dynamic. You know,
He
the
does.
the mutated stone businessman who wants to not do business.
Yes.
And we got James as Delilah. And let's see. Last time, I didn't even make any notes for our last session, Alex. But Pangea and Gadgeteer were the stars of the last session. They did some personal stuff. Pangea started building a secret base. That spent a lot of money on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And had to install a lot of stuff by yourself.
Yeah. We did the gala thing.
Yeah, and then you guys did
Gala
the Gala of Hope, yeah. Which was a fancy, like, cancer survivor or cancer treatment dinner. Like really expensive tickets.
It was a children's thing.
Children's, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, children's sickness.
And then you met a bunch of business people who wanted to talk to you about business. Use it as a means to what we call that? Make some connections.
Yeah.
Socialize. Networking. That's what they call it. That's what we call it. All right. Yeah. So they use it as a networking opportunity. And then afterward, and while that was going on, and Gadgeteer was invited, Gadgeteer also dealt with some stuff in his business. He pulled some weird stuff where he would go into closets while people were watching and make secret phone calls away from them. And then he worked on some inventions. No minor supervillain issues, but both of them, both heroes were at the gala, and after the gala was over, they witnessed, Pangea did, and Gadgeteer was called in by Pangea, I believe, the kidnapping of an industrialist by the Techno Brotherhood, I believe was their name, right? Yeah, Techno Brotherhood. Who was a secret society of super scientists that didn't believe super technology should be in the hands of the public, and that it was should be secluded away and used for only those who were intelligent enough to own it. There was a bit of a conflict. They had the option between people dealing with. They found their secret base in a small town in Northern Ireland, and they snuck their way in. Decided to assault one of two rooms. One that had two guys with beakers, and the other one that had a guy with a robot, a fully formed and operational robot. Thinking the beakers would hold dangerous chemicals, they chose to assault the robot. The fight did not go so well. The robot was quite powerful. Pangea went down.
Yeah, it was bad.
And Gadgeteer was able to gadget his way out of the robot, finding that since it was not fully finished, it had not been fully reassembled and everything, and was able to get access to its back panel and turn it off. Then they pressed on, found the guy. He was about to get his brain drained by the Techno Brotherhood boss, or base master, and master, whatever you want to call him. I think we called him. I think they used like apprentice, journeyman, and master, like a guild. And then they assaulted that guy in the attempts to free him. Afraid that the ticking clock would go off, they attacked the secret command panel, or well, not secret command, the command center that was also controlling the brain drain machine, setting off a nuclear meltdown in their fusion power plant in the lower reaches of the base. Everyone fled. They had to fight one guy who was trying to take him out in revenge for destroying the Brotherhood base and nuking a small town in Ireland. And they defeated him, escaped, and Pangea was able to drop the base down enough that the explosion did not break the surface. But with his geoforce powers. Well, it did cause a massive, 6.0 earthquake in a town in northwestern Ireland, which is not an area known for its earthquakes. And caused some, basically the whole town to be destroyed. And that was the end. Pangea and Gadgeteer were really beat up too, so they helped, but in a non-dangerous manner in the rescue efforts, as I think they both made heroic recoveries.
Yeah, I was on the verge of
So
secondary collapse.
So this evil tech group is like, you have to be smart enough, or you shouldn't use technology. But also, if you are smart enough, we're gonna drain your brain.
Mm-hmm. But that's because they're they're out in the world. You know, if they were a member of the group, it would have been fine.
Yeah, he should have just joined if he didn't want to have his brain sucked out.
That seems like a fair deal to me. Alright, secret underground cults that call themselves brotherhoods are known for being, having well thought out
Very
logical rationales.
Yeah, they're usually pretty reasonable.
Didn't Delilah grow up in an underground bunker?
Kind of. It was more like a haunted house, except the ghost was her mother, and she wasn't a ghost. She was unfortunately very real.
For some reason, I thought it was underground.
No, it was just a sequential away thing.
Oh, well, dang. All right. So, aside from that, all of that occurred in the lead up, leaving them a few days. It was most of February 2022, I believe. They're a whole year behind. We're a whole year behind us. And the Sorcerer Supreme battle is supposed to be early March. The original date that I mentioned may be subject to change, just because we're going to play this one after Gadgeteer's adventures, or Pangea's adventures. So this should be last couple days of February, early March. So we will just retcon any dates that were hard dates mentioned before. Okay. Delilah, you are in your Well, you need to find your own place too. Actually, now that we're thinking about this, as you are now a master, and Aaron is pushing you to get.
Yeah, he's basically pushing, like, after I finished my various studies, intense study getting ready for this huge fight, you know, Aaron just turns to me and goes, "So, did you find a job yet?"
Yeah, so you need a job and a magical secret headquarters, and you gotta get ready for this fight.
Yeah.
Pangea, you are in Western Ireland, working on your secret base, which we previously, I think, set a specific location for it. Do you remember where it was?
Yeah. Hang on, I got it written down. It is. Let me find it. Where's that written down? Logria.
Logria, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so two of you have got housing problems. I think you're working on. What do you want to do?
Let's see.
Well, I'll think about it in a moment, because Delilah has no job and not really any money. She has great, fantastic magical powers, but no discernible job skills. So I'll think about that for a sec.
Fortune teller.
She's mostly just in her mind going around in circles, going, maybe if I do this, maybe if I just stole this. No, wait, we don't steal anymore. Yes, unfortunately, her primary, like, living world talent is crime. I'm gonna do some random generation, see what she comes up with, because she literally has no idea what sort of career she would want other than being a mystical magical master of magic. Like, it's the only thing she's ever really wanted.
What you've got, you are now a master.
Yeah, and it's like, where do you go from here?
And it was very unceremonious.
Yeah, it was. Because, you know, you can't put it on your CV and nobody pays you. Also, nobody teaches you how to conjure gold.
Yeah, or food.
Yeah.
Okay. So while you were thinking about that, Delilah, Ira says to you that she has a field day at school coming up, and that is while you are on your way to her school at the Isle of Man.
Yep.
What is the name of that? Douglas, right? Is the name of the city that the castle's near, and that you take her to school? Yeah. No, wait. The castle's in Castletown. Forgot that. How could I forget?
Can't miss it.
Yeah. Let's see, Castletown. Here it is. Demographics. 3,000. Yes, you take her to the school with the 3,000 people, for the city of 3,000 people.
Yeah, it's nice.
Small class sizes, a lot of individualized attention.
Probably best for her, considering.
Yeah, consider everything.
But But yeah, Delilah's able to take care of that, and now that she also knows the teleport spell, she can also handle transportation herself without relying on Aaron doing it for her.
Yeah. So as you are, yeah, because it should be noted too that teleportation is limited to one other person, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I don't think there's any other particular limitations. Other than you don't usually teleport into like buildings and stuff unless you're really familiar with them. Yeah, so you're Castle Town, dropping people off, and as you drop Ira off, you hear one of the parents there, who are dropping off their child. They're like got one of those, like 1980s style, like radios that they have. But it's more like just like some sort of like their phone tied to an earphone, which is out, and then you hear like a news flash coming over the radio. Everybody stands around outside the school, really jammed into a small parking lot or a small entrance area to see the kids in, and as that is happening, there is a news flash going over that there has been a laboratory robbed in Douglas.
Alright. So, she overhears this, and gets a bit worried because, and this is a bit of irony, I was randomly generating a job she would try to look for, and the job was lab assistant.
Oh, this is perfect.
So now she's a little worried.
It was, you know what? Yeah, it was. As you overhear it, it was at the place that you submitted the application to.
She's like, oh no. She turns to the kid and be like, "Okay, sweetie, you have a good time. Annie's just gotta go to work."
She says, "You've got a job? Wow, so cool." All the other parents do.
But I'll definitely get one soon.
Everyone looks at you as you grind away. Alright, the place robbed is a small campus lab of antibiotics. Which means nothing to Delilah in particular, but it is should mean something to James and Alex, as antibiotics is where Ballman works, the alias of Gadgeteer. Alright, so Pangea, while you are what are you up to?
I do know I still had a couple more rooms that I was trying to finish in my I know we had to roll for 3 of them last time. I think I still have 2 more left to do, but I don't know if enough time has passed or whatever, because like you were saying, a ton of money being spent.
Yeah, I don't think so at the moment, but you can be like shopping while you are like looking through catalogs on like high-tech medical gear and laser weaponry and security systems. You get a call from Kira Sidney, who says, "Hello, sir. How are you doing today?"
I am alright. Is is this? Is Kira Sydney? She's the person that took over, but
Yeah, she's the
okay,
CEO of your
making sure.
business.
I was like, I know this name, but I gotta make sure it's the right one. Yeah. So I'm well. How are you, Kira?
Yeah, she
How are
goes.
things going?
Okay, good. Your first response seemed a little, almost
Sorry,
like you
just-
didn't recognize he was calling. Anyways, I got a call from some individuals. They are from a local film company. They are looking to do a documentary on the rise of your business in Ireland. And your tale as a mutant man overcoming stigma of your heritage.
I could see this going very poorly.
Yeah.
Interesting.
She doesn't know what to say that.
I don't know what to say here.
It's the Hair Production Company. Hair like rabbit. It's not a great name. They called me in the hopes of they called our press office in the hopes of getting in touch with you, and I figured I'd deliver the message directly.
Well, thank you, Kira. Let me.
They're pretty well known. Seems to be. They've done a couple other documentaries. Some other publications. It's an Irish company, mostly working here. Professional, but small staff. Okay, well,
Oh yeah.
you are a public identity hero, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right? I mean, you can't take the
Yeah, I
stone
don't-
off your face, right?
Yeah, correct.
So, what's your real name?
Aurelian Adams.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. So, Mr. Adams, just give us a call back. You can give the press company, the press office if you're interested.
Thank you, Kira.
I will say this: they seem pretty intent on doing it, so they may be on the lookout for you either way.
Okay. Thank you so much. Duly noted.
All right. So you think about that, James. What are you doing? James?
So, she's headed to, well, the lab itself. She wants to investigate, but then before she gets there, she's like, oh, they can't see me as me. That might ruin my interview. What is... This is why everyone has weird identities. Damn it! So in order to try to disguise herself as a regular superhero, she's going to use her new spell, Armor, which does alter her, like, appearance, because, like, armor appears in her. In this case, it looks like solidified clouds covering her body.
Clowns?
Like, clouds.
Oh, okay.
This was getting ready to be terrifying.
Just like clown heads and disembodied parts everywhere.
But yeah, so she puts that on, and
Oh.
desperately tries to think up of just like a random name she can use for now. only think of dumb names at the moment. Which is probably what she'll go with. Yeah, she'll probably go with Rainstorm, even though that makes no sense whatsoever. But yeah, she'll go to the site of the break-in and see if the break-in's obvious from outside.
Yes.
If it isn't,
As you approach, there are a number of individuals outside, and they are in a free-for-all with the police, who have arrived quicker than they intended. They look like some of them have been shot a little bit. They are led by this van. And they are in a basically an all-out brawl with the authorities. There's a 4 of them, including this guy, and he says, the Califera will not be stopped. We shall claim these devices in our name and rule this world in the names of the superior hopping-limbed insects. Ha 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 ha. Me and my Magna Ray will teach you, coppers. And he pulls from his pocket a grasshopper and then shoots it with a gun. And it grows to the size of a person. And it jumps out at the police, and then it misses them because it's still just a thing. And then it jumps off onto the top of the building. He says, "Curse you! You foiled me. If only I could repair my helmet, I would have them destroy you."
Delilah's just like cringing very hard at this moment. But she'll levitate over and be like, time to put a stop to this villain. Why don't you give up now?
They have like laser guns, which is what they're firing back at the police at, and they're not very good at like taking cover or anything, but their body armor seems to negate any normal gunshot wounds that they would get.
So yeah, they're pretty decked out.
The Mandroid unit is not here yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so she will jump into the fray to try to stop them.
And what did you say to the leader?
She'll jump in, yelling, time to put a stop to your wicked ways, sir.
He says, "Who are you? There is nothing wicked about this. I'm just giving the world back to its rightful ruler. It's the first to rule the earth, the insects. And of course me. More importantly me, I suppose, but..."
She like flutters silently. It's like, oh, I don't think insects are the oldest things that have ruled this place. But she doesn't say that out loud. She just goes, I'm here to... sighs. Sighs, like everyone hears her sigh before she says this. I'm here to rain on your parade.
He says, "Who are you to try to wash away the power of the locust?"
She's like, oh, this is the worst. I am Rainfall.
Rainfall. And looks up at you in your body armor. I don't get it. He goes, "Look," and he flips his wings out and he spins himself around as the bullets bounce off of him. And he points at his big red eyes on the side. You gotta look the part, lady.
She's like, "Look, I'm not used to this." Alright, enough of this. And she's gonna try to telekinesis shunt one of the minions. So basically trying to get him away from his little laser gun that he's shooting at the cops.
Okay, let's see. Go for it.
Alright. It's not great. Yep, that's a white. she's too distressed from this terrible intro she's given.
They see your shot. You like raise your hand up and you go boom, and there's a telekinetic wave that pushes through the ground at them, and they leap off to the side and they go pew 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 and fire some shots at you. You dodge to the left instead of getting hit. Yeah, he says, "So I see you're in support of the police. You'll never defeat us. Groundhopper, grasshopper, get her."
For reference, Pangea, I'm not using my magical powers to shoot these guys because those could kill people if I'm not careful.
Yeah. Dang karma.
Yeah, because the magic bolts go through like all armor that isn't magical, so these guys would just get like obliterated.
Yeah, sadly, I believe they are also just normal people underneath these suits.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. That she would kill a normal person with one of these.
He might live. They might live.
They might.
The party.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Alright, Grasshopper and Groundhopper come at you. They leap into the air, their mechanical wings flutter, and they shrug it at you. With what you thought was going to, for a second, be a quick high-speed attack. It's instead like a brisk run as they come at you through the air.
She will. Can she attempt a fighting against them?
You're gonna have to.
Alright, I'll do that.
I got a green and a yellow because they're that bad at fighting.
She's only a little better. Yeah, she got a white. This is not.
Roll again for the second attack. First one's a yellow, second one's a green.
Alright, do I roll another fighting?
Yeah, make another fighting roll.
I think that might be. Let's see.
What's your fighting?
No, it's still a white.
What's your fighting rank?
It's remarkable.
Oh, you're a trained combatant.
Yeah.
They fight with the skill of a person that has been in a fight before. One a fight.
You know, she probably like gets up. She's like,
Hey, Paul.
you know, instincts trained to like block them, but they probably don't even go through her shield. Like.
Okay, so Grasshopper and Groundhopper rush at you, and they, with a charging punch, they strike you. The first one with a cross to the chin, which just deflects against your shield. And the second one, an uppercut to your stomach, which hits against your shield. But their powerful charges raise the damage to 20 each.
Okay.
So you
I'm
took
fine.
40 damage total.
Yep.
As they
Yeah,
both punch you, they look at him and they go, "Boss, there's some sort of force field around this one, and we didn't even hit the armor." And the locust goes, "Califera, scatter!" And they all start to jump away.
She will try to, well, since she's there trying to jump away, she'll try to actually upset the ground beneath them with a nature control earth, so that...
How big is your what's your rank of nature control?
It's remarkable, so she'd probably only get like a few of them. Like,
You could get 2. Not the ones that are in the air. You can get 2 of the ones on the ground. You can either get the boss and one other guy, or Cricket and Mole Cricket.
She'll aim for the boss.
Okay, okay. So you want Locust and Cricket. You get those 2. All right, make a roll. They're gonna make a. They're gonna make. Oh my god!
Another bad villain again.
Okay, the boss slips and he well, wait, no, he doesn't slip. As he starts to leap away, feels the ground shake, and he holds on for a second, and then when nothing happens, he then leaps away. Cricket, as soon as the ground starts to shake, he flaps his wings and jumps up onto the roof. They're running away. Locust is carrying something, but it looks like Cricket and Mole Cricket were carrying bigger pieces of equipment, and they had to leave them behind to run.
Okay, that's good at least. I'll go after the one that looks like he actually still has something.
The boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, as you say that, you look back and you see the 10-foot tall grasshopper like kicking over a car into a building. And then you look back at the man running away with the little with the what looks to be about a briefcase worth of electronics.
Yeah, she sighs and she'll go after the giant cricket.
All right, as you go over to the giant cricket, it pushes over a tree and then starts eating the leaves off of it.
It's like, I was just gonna like kill it, but it's just like a big bug. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna try to overpower its brain with telepathy.
You telepathize at it, I guess. You reach out telepathically, and you just... There's no response. It's a bug.
Then yeah, she's just gonna try to shunt it with telekinesis into the ground. Just trying to like smush it a bit.
Okay, roll your psyche. The cricket just takes a couple steps forward and then puts its jaws on and rips the top of a car off, kind of chews on it, and then drops it. And then walks over and sticks its head through a wall. But as it's doing that, you crush the car that it was eating. The police turn and they're like, "Get it!" And they start shooting at it. And as the first 3 or 4 rounds pierce into the exoskeleton, then blood pours out and it goes, and it flaps its wings real hard and jumps at the police officers.
Alright, at that, she will, like, if she sees, like, the thing's about to attack them, she will escalate.
It jumps, and then the police rolls back, or, like, the police officer, like, dives off to the side behind the car. It smashes into the ground, and, like, its feet leave giant prints in the asphalt, and it looks around. And then as you're about to escalate, there's another hail of gunfire, and the thing drops over dead.
Alright. She'll just call out briefly, "Is everybody alright?"
The officers are popping up, and at this point in time, you see the Mandroid units in on the way, and they're like, yeah, thanks, miss. We were having a little bit of trouble stopping these guys, despite our, and then somebody says, "I told you we should have all gotten laser rifles. This is ridiculous. How many of these people are immune to pistol shots? What are we gonna do? We might as well just throw the gun at him." And he says, "Steve, calm down, Steve." Alright.
Yeah. She's basically, if none of them are like trying to confront her, she's just gonna basically slowly vanish from the scene.
Yeah, as you start to slowly back up, and one of them notices, and they're like, "See ya, thanks. Rainfall. We'll remember that. It's going in the report."
Great! Wonderful!
As they say that, you hear like a laughter, and they say, "She didn't even have rain powers." Alright. You stopped a theft, so you get 20 karma, but that was really it. All right. Paul. Hey, how's it going? You here?
Thought he was. I thought I heard him coming.
Are you
Is he on mute?
Oh, I heard you for a second.
You waited until when I got up to go pee, you were like, okay, Paul. And I was like, no, wait, I can't pee fast enough. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Anyway, yes, I'm here.
Are you being dialectic?
Well, I was unclear which, I don't want to, is this the same story, the same campaign as Dialectic played in previously, or is this a different?
It's always been the same campaign, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, or a different, aspect of the storyline. Yeah, I'll be Dialectic then.
Yeah, Dialectic was last seen in Hong Kong, but, I think maybe with the way things in Hong Kong are going, maybe he's a refugee. Political refugee now.
Yeah, okay.
To the UK.
Yeah, alright, that's good.
Okay, are you going to the restroom?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Is he maybe he's hanging out at the Institute?
Yeah, we'll cover him in a minute.
Okay. We do that, grab a drink, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay, Pangea, what are you going to do about your situation? Your offer.
I'm torn. Seems like a terrible idea, but also why not? Like my experience with media type people at this the gala we just had was less than pleasant.
You want to reach out to him?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and reach out to him and just at least entertain.
Yeah, they are excited to hear from you. They're like, we've been really impressed by your story, your rags to riches story. Wait, did you come from money? I'm just making stuff up, but
No, I did not. I think I determined that my family was like migrants. Where did I had it written down somewhere?
You're from a different country, though, right?
Yeah, I was from.
I don't have where you were from. All I have is
I think Romania.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I gotta pull up. I think I put more stuff in the Obsidian portal page.
Hold up, I just got a phone call. I'm gonna pause. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Shana Perez. I'm calling from a national data collection firm. May I speak with Jacob Taylor?
No, thank you. Some survey people. Okay. Yeah, so they're like, we've been really impressed by your immigrant experience, your rags to riches refugee, or not refugee, your rags to riches tale for somebody like you with your they like hesitate looking for the word skin condition. and you've come a really long way, and you really used your abilities for for good. Would you be interested in speaking to us some more? We could meet up in Dublin, or Cork, or Belfast, or not Belfast. Belfast is in Northern Ireland. Or Galloway, whichever would work best for you.
I'll entertain. We can meet for conversation. We can meet in Galloway. We can see how this goes. I like the way everything sounds so far. I I've just had a couple of rough media moments here recently, and I'm a little gun shy per se.
Yeah, we understand. I'd be interested in hearing your story about that. We're looking to give it. I think this is going to be a good story. So I mean, we hope to present your tale in a positive light. Not quite like that. Well, sort of like, I guess, the autopsy documentary that came out. But they didn't speak to him first before doing it.
Dialectic is here now.
All right.
That's my entrance gong.
Nope. So you schedule your meeting in Galway and you start driving there. They are up for meeting later that day. Dialectic. Where do you want to? Where do you want to move to? Do you want to be in? In Ireland or in? I sent you also your page name, or your page, from the Obsidian Portal link.
I think I have it.
So where do you want to be?
I have it printed out in front of me. I'm pretty sure it's up to date, and my stats should be up to date on the sheet. So
Nice. So where do you want to? Where do you want to be based out of? Do you want to be out of Ireland or?
Like he would probably want to be in the most urban area he could. So he might be in London instead, nearby. But maybe he'd be in Dublin. I don't know. Is it happening there?
Yeah. We had a big Irish Renaissance of a sort, thanks to these multinational top 20 world companies.
Well, Dialectic is a techno DJ, minimal techno DJ. I don't know if you remember that. So maybe he's found a niche in London, because he's technically from Japan, even though he's really from outer space.
I thought he was from China.
That's what I meant, China. Excuse me, that was terrible of me. He's from Japan. I mean, from China technically. Even though in reality he's from outer space, he doesn't go around telling people that. So he's like the new Chinese DJ there, even though he doesn't, look like anybody from China or whatever. But there's no explanation for that, of course. But maybe he's found some clubs that will allow him to spin his music there. So he's hanging out there, and he's staying in a warehouse.
In Ireland? Or in London?
Well, I thought you said maybe Ireland would be better.
Yeah, Dublin it's sort of like our central point, but there's Rebecca is in London, and Speed and James are both in Scotland. Alex is in Western Ireland. Jordan is in Dublin, and Daniel is in London.
I'm gonna say I'm in Dublin then.
Okay.
I'm gonna mix it up. There's a lot of Chinese DJs in London,
Yeah. Makes sense. So you've been in contact with these people through the kind of the internet. You had contacts with the Communist Party of China.
Right.
But I think those have I think with the crackdown on London or Hong Kong and everything that led you to leave there, those have dissipated.
Deteriorated. Maybe am I on the verge of considering to have defected?
Yeah.
Right. So I don't want to run foul of them. I'm definitely trying to avoid them then.
You still have contact with the stray son family that raised you, and then the Order of Singularity that was that trained you up in your abilities. And the Order of Singularity is sort of has branches everywhere, and that's and we'd established they had members that were in the Chinese Communist Party. So as such, you still do have some connections to the Chinese Communist Party, but overall they have sort of
It's tougher to blow.
yeah, they're any real relations are sort of under wraps. So
No, like, and I always, the Stray Sun is more like my connection to the cosmic, and the Order of Singularity is more like the earthly affairs. I mean, of course, they're esoteric and behind the scenes earthly affairs, but they're like more like my Earth side, So
Yeah.
Stray Sun, like I only would call on them. That's like the big guns if I need real help,
all right. So when you do all this, like you've made some contacts on the internet, some people who in Dublin, who are you said? Wait, what was it that you do? You said you're a
A minimal
DJ.
techno DJ.
Minimal.
Yeah, Detroit techno is really big over there right now, actually.
And you have been in contact with Archer Angus, and you can add him as a contact. He is a techno DJ in Dublin who has helped you get some gigs lined up, and has helped line up the place to stay. He's a fan of your work, and you guys have like collaborated a few times, and you work pretty well together. So he was really between London and here, and when you found out that Archer was from Dublin, and he offered to help set you up here, you decided to come to Dublin.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Art.
So yeah, you got your place set up. You have just landed at the airport. There's a little sign out front that says, "What's your real name?"
Dialectic. He doesn't really have a real name. He just keeps changing it all the time,
Well, what's your new what's your
give me
current
10 seconds.
alias?
Let me give me 2 seconds. Theron Evanston.
Theron?
Yeah, Theron.
Theron. Evanston?
Yeah.
Ebensten?
Evanstan.
EV.
No, O-N.
Oh, Evanston. Okay.
Evanston.
Yep. Okay, so there's a sign that says Theron Evanston, and Archer is holding it up for you as you walk out of the airport.
Okay, so I come striding up, all excited to greet him. I'm really excited to be, landing in a new country. I've probably never been. Oh no, actually, I probably have been to Dublin before because I've been to I think I've been to the Cork Institute, haven't I?
You've been to Cork, the city of Cork. I don't know if you've been to
Right.
Dublin
So
before.
this is my first time in the big city in Ireland, and so my first time in Dublin. So I'm all excited. I come striding up and greet him, and I'm happy to see him, and I'm like, what's going on?
Hey, buddy, it's good to see you. As he slaps you on the shoulder, and he says, you'll like Dublin. It's a pretty big and happening place."
Okay, great. Did you manage to find me the kinds of accommodations that I mentioned I was looking for?
Yeah, we got it set up for you. The warehouse apartment.
Industrial. Yeah, exactly, perfect.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you can
got
show me
some.
that. I can drop off some of my equipment there, and then you can show me around if you want, or if there's something else you had planned, you can let me know.
We got some soundproofing set up, so I'll show you what we got as like a studio in there too. So.
Oh, great, that's great.
As you guys take off, you some information on Dublin. Dublin is a big city. It's much bigger in this world than it is in the real world. So it's like a 3 million person city. Cork is pushing 1 million. And then all the smaller cities in Dublin are actually kind of seen a big population jump that's sort of leveled off. The whole population of Ireland is a bit higher than it was. A lot of it's concentrated in Cork and Dublin.
Okay.
But instead of like a 7 million population that it has in the real world, it's like a 10 million population. So,
really only 7 in the real world?
What?
It's really only 7 in the real world?
Yep.
So the countrysides and everything are just equally as sparsely populated, or as they are now, but just massive concentration in Cork and Dublin.
Yeah, almost half the population lives. About half the population lives in the vicinity of those two cities.
So that's like massive concentration by order of scale. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, and then
still smaller than Toronto, but.
And then all of the other all the other major cities are hundreds of thousands. Like a Cleveland with less suburbs.
Actually, that would make Dublin about the size of Toronto.
So, as you go across town, you find an older warehouse building that they've remodeled, and set you up with. You've got they turned it into like a split level sort of thing, and then to subdivide it into 4 sections on the top, and you have one of the top four apartments. It does a significant amount of work, but to get this done. But the construction companies are humming here with the some of the developments put in place by Mercury Industries, who subsidized and created a repair company. What is the repair company in Marvel called? Damage Control. Created a damage control branch here.
Okay. And you said there's 4 apartments in the building?
On the top floor. There's 8 total in the building, so they're huge apartments.
Oh, okay. So then my code name for my new headquarters is Apartment 4B.
Okay. So, as you're moving into the apartment, we are going to you and Angus go out and hit the town. He introduces you to some people. You can tell us what it is. Just think about that a little bit. Think about where you want to meet and what you want to do,
okay.
And then we'll come back to you in a minute and talk about it.
Okay.
Delilah, you are going to as you finished up with arresting that person, you teleported away around the block. You turned off the armor, and then you turned around and walked right back through the police line and into the building for your interview.
Yep. She's like, "Oh my gosh, what happened?"
All right. So as you walk into this this antibiotic business subsidiary, you notice that the lobby is pretty much cleaned up. There's been some gunfire that has pierced the marble tiles, but otherwise the place seems to be pretty solid, and they are back to work. The person says, hello, what can we do for you? Welcome to Microcorp.
I'm here. She looks around, very obviously looking at some of the bullet holes. I'm here for an interview.
Oh yes. Come on in. and she makes some notes on a list as you are walking by, and she directs you to a waiting room where you sit.
Yep. Some background on Delilah's credentials that she's presented. She's stolen errands.
So you have none still, and you didn't know any better.
You know, she knows how to forge documents. She's like, and she felt like, you know, Aaron wanted her to get a job, but he didn't really help with that. So he's helping like this.
So you have like Aaron signed off on your degree that you now have from his university.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're waiting for the interview, you notice nobody. There's a few phone calls going on from the outside. Roll intuition.
Intuition is good. That's green.
A green. You hear. You hear the person outside. That talking. And they are saying. Hello. Are you planning to come into your interview today? And they repeat, and then they go, okay. You heard about the conflict here, but you chose not to come in, huh? Okay, click. And there's a few other calls that kind of go the same way. You were out front, but you turned around. So after a little bit, one other person walks in, and they sit down next to you. They are a pretty nondescript young man. Looks at you and nods and says, good luck, as he looks around shaking and sweating a bit.
Yep, she goes, oh yeah, good luck. She then internally tries to stop all of her impulses to sabotage this guy.
So as you refrain yourself, Wigand, as his name is called in. Mr. Wigand, please come in. And he is interviewed first. You wait, and then after what seems to be a little bit, he is let out, and you are called in. You're Miss Wester.
That's correct, yes.
Please come in.
Thank you for making time for me today. I understand things have been a little busy.
Yes, they have. You seem to be doing pretty well, though. That's good. Good to see. These kind of things, they happen with alarming frequency here in Dublin. So,
well, I'm fairly good in high pressure environments.
That's what we like to hear. Come on in, sit down. So they interview you, and make a reason roll.
Yeah, that's a green.
Okay, you perform pretty well. They don't ask for any terribly complicated questions, but they do ask about your credentials and everything. You answer pretty well. You don't make any mistakes on it. And they come down to the final question in the interview, which is, so I don't know if you saw, but we were attacked by a supervillain. Some of our equipment was stolen. If that were to happen, and you were in the lab at the time, what would you do?
Well, try to make sure nobody gets hurt, I suppose.
Okay. Well, and what do you think is the proper response if the building is damaged and your equipment is stolen?
I imagine make an accurate log of the damages and the missing equipment?
They look at each other and they nod and they go, "You're hired. You didn't say panic, run away, or attack the supervillains. So you're good to go." And as they say, "Well, when can you start?" We lost 3 lab techs from quitting when supervillains attacked recently.
Well, I can get started pretty much like from tomorrow.
Okay, we will start you next week. It'll be the beginning of the pay period, and enjoy. We're looking forward to working with you. If you're as long as you can keep a good attitude and not panic when these happen, when these sort of occasions happen, which is maybe once or twice a year, you'll be good here.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
They shake your hand, and the interviewer introduces themselves as Landry, Mr. Landry Brandt, and he is the lab manager.
All right, I'll note that down.
All right, as you walk out, you are contacted by Gadgeteer. He says to you, and Pangea, you are making your way into that meeting and sitting down at the coffee shop when you get this message too, but you're not looking at it at the moment. Telescopes are picking up some weird electromagnetic surges headed towards Dublin. We would like you and if you and Pangea could get assigned to this, it would be good. We got some magma men issues that the rest of the team are going to be dealing with.
Oh boy. Okay.
And she replies, yeah, I'll handle it. But internally she's like, I hope Pangea isn't freaked out when I went all weird and demon at the end of that last thing we did.
While you're like saying that, he also, while you're thinking that, you hear him talking, but you don't really listen to what he was saying as you're worried about interpersonal issues. But Pangea, your message says, energy seems pretty benign, but it might dissipate in atmosphere, so take the scanner from the base. Okay, so Pangea, you were at that interview with the people, and they're just kind of talking to you about your life. They seem pretty friendly folk from hair production companies, and they're.
I'm sorry, what's James' character's name?
Delilah.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. They are. They're the head of the thing is an immigrant man from Poland, Kresmir Dubanowski. And he's just kind of asking you some questions, talking to you, and he says, so, yeah, now we've gotten to know each other a little bit. He's moved here with his family a few years back, thinking that with all of the money floating around from the Mercury Industries and the other big developments in technology and science and industry that have been coming out of Ireland, this would be a good place to get move into get a film industry started, and that's what he's trying to do here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of his background. So he says, so what's your concerns, Mr. Or Adams?
In terms of the business, myself, or what?
No, in filming this.
Oh, and film. Oh, okay, I got you. Basically, my major concern is being portrayed in a very poor light or misconstrued in a way that can hinder my ability to perform my duties as a superhero. I always want to stay in a good light. I always try to do the right thing to stay in the right light.
Very image conscious. Let me see.
Yes.
They kind of talk about their interest is primarily in your business side aspects, but they're obviously interested in the superheroics. They'd like a guy to follow you around as much as they can to film you, and they can put it into the contracts that you can see the final cut, and if you don't like it, you can veto it. They'll show you the final film roll, but they say that it'll be the final film roll before any editing has happened, because the editing process is expensive, which is a bit of a concern, I think, for you, but it should be the final cut, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
So you'll see what they're going to put in there, you just don't know how they're going to edit it. It won't be everything
exactly
they filmed.
How it's gonna look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Roll intuition.
Give me a... Okay.
That's sort of your feeling about stuff, you know? You have a good feeling.
Yeah. Ooh, my intuition is only a good, so that's definitely going to be a white.
Do you want to spend karma on it? Seems important to you.
What would I have to spend to get to?
What is your rank? Good?
Good.
You need a 49.
So I need to spend... 49. What is it again? 10 per...
Yeah.
Per rank?
No, you have to spend it in multiples of 10. So you would need 40 karma spent.
Got it.
Sure, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. Okay, you get green. You don't have a bad feeling about these guys. They seem pretty earnest in what they're trying to do. You don't know what that means and everything, but
yeah. Can you give me one day to think about it, and I'll get back with you?
sure. Well, you can take as long as you want. We'd like to start filming in next week, though.
Okay.
It's Wednesday, you say.
Okay.
Okay, so as you walk out of there, you check that message that you got on your hero phone, and that's what it says. The estimated time of arrival for the energy is tonight.
Okay, guess I better haul ass over there. You
Yeah.
said Dublin, right?
Yep. So you have a car, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that your main mode of transportation?
Yes.
I mean, I guess you
Other
can
than
do those
rock
jumps, but that was it's a 2 hour drive to Dublin.
Okay. Well, that doesn't seem very bad. What? It's just the afternoon, right?
I would say it's like 11.
Okay.
So you have about you have 7 to 10 hours before its arrival is expected.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and drive.
Okay.
Superhero like.
Yep. You jump in your car. I don't remember what kind of car it was.
It was a Toyota Land Cruiser.
Land Cruiser. There you go. You drive your Land Cruiser, your big old car, across the country. All right, Dialectic. What have you been up to?
Well, I had to give Archer the slip. You know, I told him I needed to go and do some shopping for some stuff for my live gear, for some sound equipment or something. I made some excuse, and then I have to meet up with the local Dublin contact for the Order of Singularity, just to see what's up with them. You know, like they didn't contact me by their like psychic means, like the way the Order sometimes would. You know, because the Dublin branch is apparently one of the low budget ones.
Yeah.
It hasn't kept up growth with the city of Dublin itself, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's probably why they sent me here, just in case they need some tactical backup in the future. So I have to make contact with them, and I have kind of attitude. I'm like, you guys couldn't even get in touch with me before I made it here. So, but I'm looking for this contact, whoever that might be. I don't know who it is. They must have given me some like idea if you want to help me come up with somebody.
It is here. We'll just.
I mean, it could be an Irish guy, or it could be even like somebody. Maybe it's somebody known, you know, who's secretly a member of the Order.
Ching Pei.
Ching Pei.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So where am I finding him?
He is he has he has one of those Confucius scholars representatives. You know what I'm talking about, the ones that work at universities across the country.
Okay, yeah. To talk about the road.
Confucius Institute member, but he's also secretly.
Yeah, that's a perfect front for someone like him.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna head over to the Confucian Institute office or whatever they have. You know, like the Confucian Institute reading room. Whatever they have there.
And he tells you as you enter in, yeah, you've got your attitude about him, and he says, Mr. Dialectic, it's good you've come here today. The main branch has sensed a imbalance in the energies surrounding the world, and oh wait, no, that's a different branch, right? They don't have superpowers. They're just
the Order.
Yeah.
No, they're philosophical and
Yeah.
they're more like, I guess, like Masons.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. But they sometimes have, you know, access to secret stuff that's going on. But no, they don't have superpowers like.
Yeah. No.
The Straight Sun people are cosmic, and they have superpowers, and that's why I have superpowers.
Yeah.
They're what do you call it? Meta-humans.
Yeah. So the Order of Singularity guy says, Dialectic, thank you for coming. We've been having some difficulties here. Our branch works closely with the London one, and we have had some issues with the governments here looking to register their mutant populations. is a mean, surely as a means to capture them and enslave them for their nefarious purposes.
Well, yeah, clearly that's contrary to the orders of the order, and well, we certainly can't have that. How can I help to make a difference here?
Well, and he gives you some like tasks. This is a political organization, right? So he's got he helps he wants you you're just a small crew, right? We're gonna say it's like a 4-man operation.
Okay.
And they have plans to disseminate some funds to certain groups and everything, and they want your assistance in planning and distribution.
Yeah.
And they're just pleased to meet your acquaintance, and we'll let you know if that you run into any difficulties with your superhuman, altered human tasks.
Right.
They have a legal defense fund prepared.
Oh, well, that's from you, so I'm not immune technically.
Well, it's they're pro any superhumans, right?
Well, yeah, for sure, but I was just joking. Because you said that they wanted to ban mutants or something like that, so that's fine. So don't forget, though.
Yeah. So.
Anyway, yeah, of course. I'll help out in any way I can, and thanks for letting me know about the Legal Defense Fund. I feel a lot better knowing that that's
We have insurance, too.
Yeah.
We'll have
Yeah, I
to.
tried to get in trouble.
We'll have to talk about what you want from these guys later.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So after that, you take off and plan to meet up with Angus again, or Archer,
Yep.
that evening. At a and kind of go to one of the places he's DJing at, kind of a club.
Okay.
So that evening, Dialectic, you're out there watching or seeing a performance being done, kind of meeting and mingling with some club owners and some other people.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Network.
set up places where I can perform.
Yep, giving business cards. You've got good recommendations, so people are pretty excited about you. And some of them have even heard some of your stuff. Delilah, you are in Dublin, and you have met up. Well, you're about to meet up with Pangea, who is. This is like 8 o'clock. No, this is like 6 o'clock in the evening, we'll say. So the club is pretty empty right now, Dialectic, but it's the perfect time for networking. When they're open, but not there many people are there.
Sure.
Pangea, Delilah, you guys meet up. Pangea, you let Delilah know ask Delilah about the equipment, and Delilah teleports over and grabs it from the base.
Yeah. She also grabs, like, a pair of chairs, because we might be waiting for a while.
Okay. So, as you guys pick out a spot, you notice that the location of point of entry is a busy downtown Dublin club. Right in the city center, next to the River Liffey. And you look out amongst the city. It is full of people walking the streets, and there's tons of bridges crossing the river. One nearby, the Millennium Bridge, near where you're looking at. And not very far from where some of the Asian neighborhood is in Dublin. which was a convenient and well-placed lucky find. As 7 o'clock rolls around, you guys have the device activated, and it is picking up a powerful energy signature that registers on all bands, which is are either one of you scientists?
No.
Okay. You don't know what that means.
Yeah, Delilah sees that and goes, that's a lot of registering. Pangea, could you keep an eye on it? I'm going to erect a shield over the entry point, so that if this thing does damage stuff, it's at least contained.
Well, I could do that too. A different kind of shield. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
My one, normal people won't really be able to see it, so.
Okay.
So Delilah's going to take a little bit of time to put up a great shield.
Okay, this will stop all movement in and out of the area.
Okay, can we put it above the area?
Yeah, you can make it like flat and then not have it dome down. So yeah.
Yeah. We'll do that. We don't want somebody's car to like just hit an invisible wall.
or it would be suspicious if someone tries to go through a door and then like is touching it and miming that they can't get through.
Yeah. So she'll take a bit of time to focus on creating that, so it doesn't disturb anyone. Well, Pangea is just left with this science equipment.
Okay, you start setting that up. Pangea, you are looking at the device and it is accelerating. The energy signatures are now, they were low, but across all spectrums, right? And now they're mid-level and across all spectrums. And it's only been about 15 minutes from that 7 o'clock early arrival. Earliest period of arrival. Dialectic, it's 7:15 or so, and you guys are inside the place. It's starting to pick up a little bit, but nothing. You still got plenty of time.
Okay, I'm just like ordering an appetizer and hanging out.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty good. The place is pretty nice. There's like some Asian fusion sort of stuff going on here. They buy their stuff from the Asian market next door.
That makes sense. I don't see anything interesting or strange going on.
Nope.
Okay, well then I'm just doing my normal thing.
Okay. Delilah?
Yeah, she'll focus up this great shield as much as she can, and then once she's done with that, she'll return to Pangea, and just as they're looking over the equipment, she'll like turn to Pangea and be like, Pangea, do you have like rock senses?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? So I didn't know if that was going to be discriminatory. Anyway, can you tell if this thing is coming down is like an asteroid or something?
Well, we determined this last time. I think I can only determine like it's within 12 miles. I can tell if
it's within the Earth.
Oh, within the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So then this thing, I wouldn't be able to then.
No.
Oh, so it would have to hit the ground first.
And then he could tell what it's made out of.
Yeah.
Right. Is there anything you could do if we need to, like, shoot it? Like, how hard do you think you could shoot it if it came to that?
I could hit it with a volcano.
She, like, looks around this urban area going, I don't know about a volcano. Can you, like, I don't know.
I can definitely shoot it, but I don't know, like, how.
Could you form, I don't know, like form your own asteroid and shoot it?
He could. He just is not so sure how effective that would be against another asteroid.
Just throw it like 10 feet over and crush half a doubling.
Because I can't levitate enough rocks that it would really make any sort of difference. My shield is the best bet I've got.
As you say that, you guys feel like a weird, like, almost tingling in your skin. And you look down at the machine and it's beeping, or it's all at the top, and you know it should be like beeping really loudly, but you can't hear it. And you realize at that point there's like a static sound going through your ears. Dialectic, as you're like eating the food and everybody's kind of like dancing, and then they're like, everybody's starting to look around like what's going on, and you realize that at some point in time you couldn't hear the man DJing anymore, and he just is like still going and he's doing everything and it seems to be working, and he's like, he pulls the headphones off and he's like, what's going on?
And I'm like, oh hey, maybe something's wrong with the sound system. This is my chance to be the cool guy who steps in and saves the day.
Yeah.
And I start heading over to the DJ.
Okay. Yeah, you start heading over to the DJ.
I'm like, hey man, what's going on, man? Is everything okay? Maybe I can help you out. I'm a DJ too.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, no problem. Yeah, Archer said he knew you. Take a look. Do you hear that? As he like turns off the thing and he scratches his ears, and you're hearing the same like a static. It's going through the air.
Okay.
It's very low and quiet, but it somehow blocks out all other sounds.
Is it like painful or anything?
No.
I'm like, yeah, I definitely hear it. It must not be your rig, man.
What?
Is it canceling out the sound of music?
Yeah.
Oh, that's totally weird, man.
Delilah? Pangea?
Sure. Turn to Pangea. Can they still hear each other?
Yes.
Yeah. They're like.
But there's no background noise for some reason.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about rocks. Can rocks do this?
I don't think so.
As you say that, the machine, the needle goes all the way to the very end, so it's now past maximum and goes off the end of the thing, and at that, you guys look up into the sky. One second, and you see the sky is lit up in a dull glow. Of something off in the distance. And it is, like this purple, like this pink kind of glow, that is illuminating the sky at a low level. It's February, so the stars are gone in that section, but all around you can see it. It's like a lamplight off in the distance, like a street lamp. It's the kind of level of light it's giving off. But as you look around on the ground around you, there is the print of the light, and it's on the building only.
What am I seeing?
You're inside the building. You don't see anything.
Okay, but I'm still hearing the weird noise.
Yeah. It's gotten a little bit louder, but not uncomfortably so. You can make out everybody's voices in here, very clearly. And if you feel like if you could focus, you could hear individuals' conversations.
Crazy. Okay.
Pangea, That's not an alien, is it?
What was that, Alex?
I can't say no for sure.
Because I've dealt with a lot of stuff. I've never dealt with alien stuff.
As you say that, you look up and the light has gotten a lot bigger, and now it is like bigger than the moon, and it is like dusk level light now on this area. Nobody else walking around outside the building seems to notice it. The light is
Nobody
still
else seems to notice.
laser focused on the footprint of this building.
Okay. Vegeta, I'm gonna briefly leave my body here. I'm gonna check that out. Could you go check inside the building? And maybe get everybody to leave.
Yeah, as you say that, the thing is now much larger than the sun, and you look up at it a second, and you have to look away as it's too bright to look at.
Yeah, better hurry. So yeah, I'm gonna go in and try to start getting people to leave.
Pangea, you leap off the building, turn around and run inside. Delilah, your body drops down, and in the amount of time as you like sit down to like relax and get into your astral form, you look up one more time, and then you see this thing get too bright to look at, and it blinds you. And then the dialectic, you see light start to come in through the ceiling of the building. Pangea, you look up and the light comes through the ceiling of the building as well. It's this like purple light with like this purple pink light, and then there's like these balls, like almost like a molecular structure visible to you. And as that hits everybody, most of the people start to drop to the ground, and then you notice one other guy, Dialectic, Theron, is looking up at it too, and you guys are blinded. Delilah, you try to enforce yourself to astrally project, but as you do, you start to shoot forward, and your astral form is burnt, and you are thrown back to your body.
Yeah.
And as you gaze up one more time, there is a huge flash of light. The world goes white, and you see the insides of your body, and you kind of get one of these images where like there are these purple bursts, and you see your body from the outside, and then you see this microscopic atomic light balls like burst from your body in rays of light. And as that happens to the three of you, we're going to take a short break as I go to the bathroom and get something to drink.
Okay, so wait, I'm currently blinded?
Yep, you're blinded.
Okay.
Blinded.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm here.
Everybody here?
Yeah.
So,
It just got good.
as the blinding fades, you guys look around and everybody else is passed out.
What are we hearing? Any about this? Remember the sound?
Nothing.
So that's gone.
Yep.
Okay.
You scan the room, and Pangea, you and Dialectic see each other. Dialectic is wearing his superhero costume, and
It's
it
also
is,
my DJ outfit.
huh?
It's like also my DJ outfit.
Oh,
like,
is it?
You know how Deadmau5 wears that big thing on his head? Like it's like what I wear.
So he's wearing his black and orange face mask that he's worn before, and he's got his bodysuit on and everything. And then Pangea, you're in your, I think you're just have taken off your jacket, right, and your clothes, and you just wear a belt and stuff.
Yeah.
One of the
Yes.
thing underwear things, the underwear garments.
Yes.
But as you look at each other, you are you have this white. Your lower bodies are now white. With
Wait, say that again.
your lower bodies are now white. Like pure white, and then as they come up, your upper bodies are now blue, solid blue. And then where your face mask is normally, instead of black, it's or in Pangea's case, purple. It is now like a dark blue with white on it. And then on the upper part of the blue, like it's white lower body up to the ribs, and then it kind of comes up in an angle. There are these white and blue like molecule symbols shooting all these white molecule symbols across the dark blue chest, shooting all across the upper part of your body.
So now, who is this happening to?
Both of you.
Everyone?
No, just you two.
Me as well.
Dialectic and Pangea.
Whoa, man! Did somebody put something in my drink?
Yeah, and your mask, as you look at Pangea, his face, which is normally like that's purple with the spikes on it, he is now like dark blue with white eyes, and then the lower part of his face, right above the jawline area, is this normal look. And the same for you, Dialectic. The lower part of your face is your black and orange, but then it goes into a blue with a sharp cut.
Okay. Is there like anything obstructing my view? Like,
No.
Obviously not if I can see this. Obviously not. Okay.
Yeah, nothing.
So is the thing that's going on my head? It's like I'm wearing something. Is there something on my head?
You're just your mask.
But it's changed color.
Delilah, your white outfit with the white witch's hat is now still white on the lower half, but the upper half is the blue with those white molecules. As you look down at your arms, it stretches all the way down to your hands, and your witch's hat is now a dark blue. You have and Delilah, you have those molecule connections all over your head. It looks kind of like this.
Cool.
Wait, where did you put that?
In the general chat. On the Marvel channel. Did you see it?
Hold on, I'm gonna go down. I'm like 3 weeks ago on here.
So,
Oh, okay, got it.
Delilah, your hands are glowing with that red and black energy. Red and gold energy with these black energy globules floating around them.
She's momentarily, briefly thinks to herself, "Oh, I hope I haven't been entangled in another extra-dimensional entity."
Is anything else significant happening?
Nope. Everybody else is still passed out.
Ah. Okay, I'm confounded that I look weird, but I'm gonna check and see if the people who are passed out are okay.
Delilah comes down from the building, tries to follow up with Pangea. She comes to Pangea, she goes, Pangea, watch out! This comet can alter your outfit.
Yeah, as you do that, as you say that, you found that you moved down by levitating to the ground at incredibly fast speeds, far quicker than you're capable of, and without using a spell.
Yeah.
And as you hit the ground, you cause a massive shockwave that crushes the earth below you.
Awkwardly stands there, the ground beneath her crushed to oblivion, and then just goes to Pangea, don't move!
Dialectic, as you run over to go check on somebody, your first step nearly causes a minor earthquake.
And but as soon as I realized that, I stopped. Like, whoa, man! They put something really heavy in my drink.
Nobody move!
Yeah.
You all realize very quickly that you have...
I'm looking at them with hesitant suspicion.
Yeah, as you do that, you realize all very quickly that you have the following, that you look at them and you see through their body, Dialectic, and then you accidentally see through the building too and out to the river.
All right, I definitely think I'm on drugs at this point. We were at the club. I know Archer hangs out with some pretty crazy partiers. So that guy who was the sound man, who knows?
Delilah will just without moving, just quickly look around to see if anyone else is affected by this.
Yeah, as you look around, your eyes zoom in on everybody, and it zooms in to the point of you're staring at their individual molecules.
Holy shit.
See Pangea and Delilah and know that they're the same thing now, right?
Yes, they look exactly like... Well, they don't look exactly like you, but it looks like their costumes got transformed like yours.
All right, so I yell to them who are you? What's going on here?
Hello, sir. I'm Delilah. This is
Pangea.
Pangea. We came to investigate a strange comet. It hit this nightclub, and then this happened.
Wait, so the
Dialectic, you don't know these guys. They're not famous in China.
Okay, right. That's what I was wondering. Okay, so I'm so what were you doing meeting a comet?
No, we were just watching for it. It had some strange energy readings, but it didn't explode or anything. It just appears to have... She looks at her hands and really looks at her hands.
Yeah, you look through them, and you look through the floor, and you see molten lava down below you.
Yeah. It appears to have altered our biology.
And I say, there must be more to the story than this, though. What are you doing following comets around?
She's like, what? No, we're superheroes.
Yeah, we're coming here to hopefully prevent any adverse.
You guys have never met Dialectic before. He's really enigmatic and obtuse. So when you say we're superheroes, he's like, what's that?
Yeah, he spent years in space.
She goes, it's like a cop, but you're not a cop, and you don't get paid.
And as soon as when you say cop, he starts to seem a little bit nervous, and he starts to look around and he starts to listen to see, obviously it just dawns on Dialectic right now that the police are probably going to show up here, and I'm going to have to answer a bunch of uncomfortable questions. The Order's not going to like this, man. They're trying to keep our activities on the down low, so.
As you attempt to hear in, you can feel the structures of your ears changing, and you can hear police sirens off in the distance.
Well, I'm having super hearing experience?
Yeah, now you do.
Yeah, because I'm pretty in touch with sound, I have sonic generation, so I would be...
Yep.
I'm pretty acutely aware of that, so I'm like, whoa! And I'm like, the police are on their way.
Okay,
In case you're planning on messing with me.
I'm not planning to hurt you, sir.
We're only coming in to try to save you guys.
Yeah. Okay, we need to... Okay, I think I can just fly, which is... It's weird, because I can just do it.
Those are your abilities I posted, guys. That's what your stats are now.
I was getting ready to ask.
Let us...
But right now you're basically totally uncontrolled. You're right. You are shift 250 strength and endurance. One of your you could cough and wipe out the whole city.
Yeah. I was saying all of this like a dog's moving. She doesn't want to accidentally break them. Okay, let's just float up a little away and then we'll work out what's going on. And she will then try to very carefully fly without hitting anything, but we'll see how successful that is.
Okay, make a agility roll with your modified stats.
Modified stats. Plus 3. Well, pretty good. Just the yellow.
Okay, yeah, you fly comfortably out of there, and you got a good feeling of your flight. So just make a note, if you have a piece of paper handy, that every time you succeed on a roll with one of those abilities, you won't have to roll it again. It'll be under your control. So like Delilah, from now on you don't have to worry about flying and destroying anything.
Got ya? Oh wait, I'll note it.
Pangea, or what are you going to do?
So,
Where was he
Delilah's
heading again?
flown up and done.
She flew out of the building.
Okay.
And Pangea, what are you doing?
So the other people that were in here, they're basically just atomized.
No, they're just passed out.
No, but when we look at them, they don't. Did these people get the same effects or just us?
No, just you three. Dialectic, since you now have super hearing, you can hear their heart pumping blood.
Right. I was trying to check if they were okay.
And they're breathing fine.
Okay, so I yelled to him, they seem fine. Seems like they're all fine. They're just out cold.
Actually, make a roll for this. Actually.
Hang on 1 second. Oh, how do I roll on here?
You just go into the message bar on general chat, type /roll, and then it'll give you a /roll message, and then 1d100. Okay, yeah. You are hearing them, and then you start to hear their blood vessels hit against each other, and it is a cacophony of sounds. It's so loud, and
of inside people.
Yeah, you can hear their blood vessels bumping against each other, and their blood cells bumping against each other in their blood vessels, and it is so loud to you. You drop to your knees and hold your ears.
And I say, wait, scratch that. Something might be wrong with them.
He shouts it out.
Or with me.
Pangea, what are you doing?
I guess. So, all he can say is there's something wrong with them.
Or me.
Or him.
And he screams like he's trying to shout over something, but seems unnecessary to you.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna walk over to the people and try to
Okay, make a strength roll.
Okay.
Dude, you have the strength to crack a planet open right now.
You could sink Ireland. It's a yellow on your new strength, so you don't have to worry about your strength anymore as you manage to control your ability to walk to the point of not destroying everything, destroying Dublin. As you walk over to him.
Yeah.
So you make your way over to Dialectic. What are you going to do?
I ask him what's wrong. What?
Hear everything too loud. It's
You can't hear him. You can't hear him over the sounds of everything else. But you do see him talking to you.
I'm holding my ears like I'm trying to shut the sound out. And grimacing in ear discomfort.
I guess if I see him pointed at the ears, I'm assuming he's having some kind of ear trouble. I don't really know what to do for that, so I'm going to start looking at the people that are passed out's ears and try to determine what's wrong with their ears.
They seem to be fine.
Now, do I know that I have these enhanced powers too?
You can tell that something's up with your body, that you are... Something's weird going on with your body. You can tell that for sure.
And I already saw Delilah fly out of the building, right?
Yes.
I'm going to try to fly out of the building.
Okay, roll a flights check.
Alright, hang on one second. Slash roll?
Yep, slash roll. It should be slash roll, and then it'll give you message, and then you have to.
Yeah, it did.
You fly up into the air, and then you jettison forward at super speed and just crash through the whole front of the building, destroying it. The building starts to shake, and you look back as you are now over the Dublin Bay, about a mile away, and it looks like the build. You look at it, and you can tell you have enhanced vision, but it doesn't seem like you can zoom in as much as you could a minute ago. And you can see the building seems to be crumbling, like it's going to fall. Delilah, you see this Dialectic fellow, the guy you don't know the name of, shoot forward, crash through the building, his strength uncontrolled. It looks like the building's not going to stand much longer. Pangea, same thing. Also, if you have a superpower, like Dialectic, your sound manipulation, and Pangea, we're going to go with just your sound manipulation and just your geoforce. They are, no. Yeah, any superpower you have is at, you know what? Your sound manipulation and your geoforce are also at unearthly rank. Now.
Now, when I flew away, did my ear problem clear up?
No, but you're still hearing it, but for some reason, like when you started to focus on your flight, it seemed like the hearing problem sort of got less bad.
Okay, well, as I'm seeing the building start to crumble, I start to fly back there.
Okay, make another flight check.
Okay.
Right back through the building.
Delilah, Pangea, you guys can do something.
Yeah.
I guess as the building's starting to crumble a little bit, I'm gonna try to like move the people outside of the building.
Dialectic comes back through and boom, crashes through the other wall and then tumbles out and smashes into the parking lot, destroying 3 parked cars on the opposite side of the building. Now both sides of the building have holes in the wall.
In a panic, seeing this guy flying around when she told him not to touch
On
it.
my way past, I yell to them, I swear, I'm a hero too.
Don't touch anything! She will fly down, and knowing that, her regular powers can't quite, secure the whole building in an instant, she's gonna try using this, molecular conversion to try to re-strengthen the building.
You don't know that you have that ability yet, but as you do come down to it, you're like, fix the building, and you touch the area around the building, like trying to catch parts of it, and make that roll.
Alright. That's green.
Alright, the building reformats itself into its correct form. It's a totally recovered.
Yeah, so she leans over. She was going probably about to cast a spell. Her hand touches some of the ruin flying off, and it just restores itself. And she's like, I don't know that spell. And she just calls out to us. Let's just fly up into the air. No more touching anything.
Pangea?
I guess if the building's stopped, it's crumbling.
You have rushed in there and ran over there as quickly as you can with your super high endurance now. I need you to make an endurance roll as you rush to go save somebody.
In the meantime, I've heard Delilah saying that, and I'm trying to stop, skidding to a stop and holding my hands up in there and going, I'm not doing anything!
45. Okay, yeah, you rush across the room, but control your speed, which is super fast now, to the point of, and you quickly come to the stop in front of somebody. And you pick them up, and then you turn to go grab another person, and you can run at 250 miles per hour. And you grab somebody else, grab 4 or 5 people before Delilah repairs the building. So Pangea, your endurance and your strength are good. Delilah, your flight and your molecular powers are good. Dialectic, you have control over none of your abilities.
But I know they're banging though.
Yeah.
Right in the door.
They could definitely demolish cars.
So, Dialectic, are you said I'm not doing anything. Are you going to fly up, or what are you going to do?
I'm going to try to gently but quickly walk my way over as fast as I can at super speed.
Okay, make an endurance roll.
Okay. Just see if I can get over to the situation of the problem.
Yep.
Without destroying anything.
Yep. You have a 250 endurance, so you only need a 40 or better to get it good.
Dude, my rolling's been really bad. It's bad, man.
Okay.
No, Dialectic does not like having new powers.
Yeah, that's still a green on 250. So you
yeah, right.
you go a little too fast, and you look back and you just can see where all of your steps have left massive holes in the pavement. But you have not caused any catastrophic property damage.
And I'm like, first night in London, and I took some shit that made me tear up the street.
All right.
I'm sorry. First night in Dublin. Did I say London?
Delilah, you are floating there. You very gingerly remove your hand from the building. Dialectic has zipped around from behind. You heard him because every one of his steps sounded like an airplane crashing into the pavement. And Pangea is putting down gingerly all the people he picked up as he walks out the door. You are all three outside of the front of this club, and you hear like an as the first person on the inside starts to move.
Okay. Can you two get away from an urban area?
Yeah, I guess I could run out of here.
Don't run!
Oh yeah, because this ain't
My
gonna,
way.
this is not gonna look good. Yeah.
So is anyone in danger though?
No.
Okay,
I
yeah.
feel in danger.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea that we get out of here until we can collectively figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, where are you headed?
Where to?
I don't know the area.
Here, take my hand. I'll carry you up.
Okay, so I do it.
Okay. Also, there's one other thing that's important here is that when you are if you go into outer space, your speed is upped from amazing to class 3000. And you do not need to breathe, eat, or sleep.
Cool. Don't know that, so being in space will be a shock if that happens. But she will float down. She's got some awareness of her current flight, and she'll try to just lift. Sorry, what's his name again?
He hasn't introduced himself.
Yeah, he hasn't. She just lift this guy before he destroys any more buildings.
And I say again, sorry about that.
Alright.
I prefer if this not get out in the news, though. I just got to town, and I'm planning on trying to build up my DJ career over here.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I just started a new job too. And she'll just try to float up into the sky, just a little, just slowly moving away from the thing.
Yeah.
Dialectic's like, job?
You zip away at 400 miles per hour and with no damage, but you were surprised at your acceleration speed. So
yeah, we're going at supersonic speed. She stops suddenly. Doesn't your arm doesn't tear off when we stop suddenly, which also surprises her.
But you are flying away, and Pangea, are you running after them?
Yeah, I haven't tried to fly yet.
Okay, so you run after them.
I'm gonna sprint out of town, and then I'm gonna try to jump.
You sprint after them, and then you see them zip off way faster than you. And then suddenly, you slow down, Pangea, to a normal speed. And you do both come to an abrupt stop. As the stop comes in, you take 10 points of damage from the sudden jerk, as all of your abilities fade, and the two of you plummet out of the sky.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And I go, yo, what's happening? I thought you could fly.
Roll agility.
I could. What's up? One moment.
Pangea, you are now jogging at the normal speed, and you look down and your costume is gone. And Dialectic, as you're shouting at her as you fall from the sky, her costume is gone. You look down at your hands, and your new costume is gone too.
Okay.
You look back, and Pangea is nowhere to be seen. You were way faster than him for a second there.
Okay.
So, Delilah will, with her normal powers, levitate herself.
I need you to make an agility roll, as this is very sudden and dramatic. Change of speed.
agility normal. Let's look. That's a white. Yeah, she was.
You're like, ah, and you start to wave your hands, but the wind speed is like whipping it back. Your cheeks are doing that like blown back thing, and then you can't get it up, and you go boom, smack into the ground for 50. You have your force field up though, so.
Yeah, we'll just take a little damage.
Dialectic, make the agility roll.
Okay.
What's your normal agility?
Amazing.
Okay, so you kind of turn it into a front roll, and you roll into the landing and kind of absorb part of the blow, but it hits you hard, and you take 25.
Yeah, I have acrobatics too, so I was gonna say, could I use my acrobatic skills to try to soften the blow at all?
Yeah, actually, in that case, since you have acrobatics, you do a good landing, solid acrobatic landing, and take no damage on the landing.
Sweet. Okay, so I'm like, oh, whoa!
And you look.
I thought you could fly, man.
Yeah, you look forward and you see Delilah pulling herself out of a small hole in the ground.
I walk over and try to help.
Yeah, she takes your hand, going, ow. Oh.
Pan-
Okay.
Pangea, you keep running in the same direction. You see them pulling themselves out of a like a grassy area. They were headed north out of the city, and they are in a grassy field right outside of the outer belt, near a golf course.
Alright. I'm gonna head towards them, I guess.
Yeah, you look both ways before crossing. No, I'm just kidding. You just jump right over the highway, and as you get in closer, you look down and you see that your outfit is back. And both of you, you both now have your outfit back, and Delilah, you can feel yourself like levitate back up into the air.
Oh, wow, that was crazy. It seems like for a brief period we all had demigod-like superpowers.
As you say that, you now have the demigod-like superpowers back.
Yeah, as you say that, they like come back and she looks down going like, what the?
Say it again.
And I say, or I took something bad at that club. I smashed the
Don't
club
think
and
it
knocked
was
it
bad.
down. I say, wait, you guys, did I smash that club and knock it down? Did that really happen?
That did happen.
As you say that, Delilah says, yeah, it did happen, and she looks off in the direction, and I need you to roll against telescopic vision, Delilah. Unearthly.
Oh, I think I'm good.
Yeah, you zoom in right on the club, and it is still right there standing, in perfect condition, as if it had never been destroyed.
And I say, what are you seeing, man?
It's fine now, and they also had. Ooh,
Everybody's waking up.
was that halloumi fries on the menu? Oh, why could I see that?
So it's not destroyed.
Nope.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't want to get in any trouble with them.
I think being in trouble with them is the least of our problems, as we appear to have been struck by some weird energy.
Dialectic says, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. That's a very good point. At least of our problems and all. Well, you were talking about halloumi fries.
Everybody make one more roll, as you guys are now kind of trying to get used to your abilities a little bit here.
Alright.
And roll unearthly.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a green.
Yeah, Delilah, you are struggling with the, you've got all of the abilities under grasp, but you do not have the super strength or endurance under grasp. Dialectic, you're not getting this. You're just struggling hardcore, man.
I love it.
Me either.
Vangia, you get, all of the enhanced abilities under control, flight, and your vision powers, but all of the energy powers, you do not have them under control.
Okay.
I just imagine he like leans against a tree and it just like disintegrates in his hand or something.
Yep. Okay, so it's been a couple hours, and you guys kind of just talked and discussed and seen it. Do you have... and the powers have not disappeared again.
Okay, so it doesn't look like they're fluctuating based on time, I think.
Dialectic says, I feel kind of woozy. I don't really like this, man.
It's a bit sudden and very strange, I'll give you that.
I'm still not entirely convinced that this isn't like some DMT or something that somebody put in me in the club.
Well, we can all hope. Let me see if I can call my friend and she takes
Club
out
was
her
smashed
phone.
and now it's there. There was no club. I wrecked the club and now it's back, man.
She goes, alright, I've got a science friend, I'll call him. She like takes out her phone, instantly crushes it to dust in her hands. And goes,
And
Yeah.
Dialectic looks at the crushed phone and goes, yeah, call.
You crushed the phone, but you're like, dang it, I really wanted to make that call, and the phone reforms in your hand, back to the way it was.
Okay. So probably what happens is like she'll like mid typing, crush it, it reforms again. It's still like typed out. It's like it's still like functional, but every now and again she accidentally crushes it. She's like, alright, this might take a small minute. Gadgeteer. She's like texting. Cosmic rock hit the ground. Everyone seems fine. 3 people affected, including me. I can crush trees with my bare hand now? Question mark.
And then you get a response message that says, "Hi, Delilah or Pangea. Currently going towards the center of the Earth. Magma men have been overthrown by lava men. Interracial conflict has caused the Magma men to come to the surface and attempt to claim Surface World for their new home, hoping to solve it diplomatically. We'll be back in a week."
Like, right. She looks over. I got some bad news. I don't have any other science friends. And my science friend is currently at the center of the Earth.
I need you to make a psyche roll, Delilah. I need you to make a psyche roll.
Alright. Not bad. Oh, that's... Uh-oh.
I say I might know somebody who might be able to give insight. They don't have a lot of knowledge about superpowers. They have a lot of insight about things.
Can I spend karma on that roll?
Isn't your psyche pretty far down for these?
Yes.
Do you know what it is at now?
Let me check where I had it. Oh yeah, I think it was down there. Oh dear. It's currently, I think it was either excellent or good.
Okay, well, we'll put it down to typical, and you can spend karma if you don't want it to be a failure.
I do not want that to be a failure. So I'm gonna have to spend, I think, at least 50 karma on that.
Okay.
For reference, out of character, me spending this 50 karma means we all don't die.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
That's about the only time I spend karma too. So.
There we go.
So for a brief moment, Delilah holds her head, and some weird like energy begins to emit from her, but then it goes back in. She goes, oh,
Yeah, there.
okay,
You for a
fine,
second, you
fine.
see like an eye appear on her neck, and then it goes, sucks back into her body.
She's like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I'm just looking at her like kind of like with a what the fuck kind of look on my face.
Same.
So, she's like trying to recompose herself. Any?
Do I have a phone number for Xingpei?
Yeah.
I'm gonna contact him by phone then and tell him I need to speak to him immediately, or leave a message if he doesn't answer or whatever.
Yeah, I think those guys are normal humans who are like politics, right? And they like support superhumans, right? So, he will, I don't know how much help they're really going to be. But I'm sure they got like a super scientist on employ. So,
Yeah, like, just see if he knows anybody, anything.
yeah, he picks up the call and he doesn't pick up the call. It's pretty late at this point. It's like 11,
Right.
12, but you leave a message.
I leave a message, I'm like, Xingpei, something devastating has happened. I need to speak to you at once.
And then as
It
you're
is within your purview.
as you're in the middle of leaving that message, you crush your phone as you have no control over your strength.
And I'd say, well, I better call him back during business hours, you guys.
Yeah. Dialectic, make another strength roll. As they keep trying to stop you from just wiping Ireland off the map.
I'm gonna spend karma if I have to master my powers now.
Okay.
This is enough of this. Oh, okay.
You're good. You got strength perfectly under control, and we'll give you endurance. So you can run and walk and like do all your physical movements as long as you don't use any powers. You're okay.
Okay. And I say, whoa, I'm starting to feel a little better.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do now?
Any ideas? My friend Xingpei can't help us.
Maybe we could go back to the to that area and see if we can maybe determine the source or see if there's any other effects in that area.
I don't think the nightclub is the source. I think it was whatever fell. And she looks up from space.
And I say, well, I should maybe check on my friend Archer and see if he's okay.
She like reaches a hand over. You okay? You're not gonna crush anything?
I say, I think I can move around and talk and stuff without destroying anything now at this point.
Okay, I've still got a crushing problem, so I'm gonna work on that. You can check on your friend.
I'm not gonna try to fly or anything.
Delilah has not touched the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, you're levitating with your normal powers?
Yeah, she can't. She has no control over her physical abilities.
But she's flying with levitating with her normal.
No, with her flight. She has control over
okay.
all of the abilities except for strength and endurance.
Oh, okay. All right, well then let's start moving back towards there, just so I can check for my friend and see if he's okay.
Okay, while you're saying that, you need to roll against Unearthly for your super hearing. And Delilah and Pangea, you guys look over and you look through that building and looking for the guy. There's a bunch of people standing around in that building talking about what happened, why they were all laying on the floor. You think, from what you can read of their lips.
Green.
You overhear a general chatter and you can tell it's inside the club, but you can't separate it out.
Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that Archer's okay, and I don't have my phone anymore.
Well, you can jog over there and like a minute.
All right, well, then, yeah, I'm going to jog over there and go check around for him.
Yeah, he zips away, leaving kind of after images of himself as he runs there. Okay, you're outside of the club. Pangea, Delilah, what are you guys doing?
Delilah's still just like floating there.
Oh, as he zips away and he makes it into the middle part of the city, you drop down from the sky, Delilah, and Pangea, you were like trying to like easily shoot a tree without destroying it all the way, like shoot a limb off, and nothing comes out. And then as you were in the city limits and a good distance away from them, like maybe a mile, Dialectic, you slow down to normal speed.
Okay.
You look down and your costume is gone for all three of you.
Yeah, Delilah's just like hits the ground.
Super costume.
Yeah, you're back in whatever your Theron outfit, your normal self, and all of your abilities are back to normal.
DJ Dialectic.
Yep.
Alright. So, I'm still going to try to check for... I realize this and I make note of it, but I still want to try to see if Archer's okay. He's my only contact in town. I just want to make sure he's good. He's a good friend.
Okay, you keep running over there. It'll take you probably 15 minutes to get there at your pace. No?
Okay, so, and also I'm far away from from Delilah and Pangea right now, too.
You're like a mile away from them.
Alright, so am I closer to them or to the club?
You're probably closer to them.
Alright, I'm gonna start jogging back to them now.
Okay. Alright, about 4 or 5 minutes later, you're back to them.
And I say, damn it!
And as you come in closer, and like within viewing distance, the outfit reappears, and you zip across the rest of the distance instantaneously, almost. And Delilah, you levitate back up into the air. Pangea, you let off a giant blast that's up at your face that shoots you right in the face, but you don't feel anything. As you were like looking at your hand.
Oh, crap.
It must have something to do with us being in proximity.
It's something about us being in the blast together, by the seems of it. Oh, jeez. Okay.
So I don't know
right,
if we should stay together or separate.
Good question, good question. We need to work out what this is. Nobody... Alright, we could all, like, fly incredible speeds, I think. We need to, like... If anybody wants to fly anywhere, we need to hold on to each other.
Well, you have about a kilometer of distance, but that you guys could be within of each other.
Yeah.
There has to be a reason this is happening.
Doesn't want to like drop out of the sky again.
Yeah, Dialectic, there might be some reason, but I mean, he thinks there's a reason this is happening.
Delilah, now that the powers are back, is going to try to use this telescopic vision to look up into space.
Right, exactly. Something
You can see to the surface of the moon pretty well, but there's a lot of space out there, and you don't see anything particular.
That's weird.
When you are looking at this moon, though, you see a figure standing on the moon, a large figure. Bald head, blue cape, white toga looking thing, white eyes, pure white eyes. He's looking at you.
Yeah, you just looking at the weather, and she's just like, what the fuck?
And then he disappears from your vision.
What?
What was it?
There was a guy! There was a guy on the moon!
What did you see?
There's a guy he's gone now, but there was a guy on the moon!
And I say, maybe there was some stuff in our drink at that club.
I didn't drink it.
I'm really convinced. Yeah. We didn't even go in until after.
So there's a guy on the moon. Do you think we should fly up there and check it out?
He's gone now.
Maybe he's on the dark side of the moon.
Maybe he's invisible.
What, you want to just jump up to the moon now?
Well, I've never got to fly before, you know. This might be my
Sounds
only
pretty
chance,
awesome to
and I'm
me.
not even sure if it's real.
Oh boy. All right. Would that work? I can molecular. Okay, hold on. Maybe let me try something. And because she's not quite aware that she could breathe in space at the moment.
Right, I'm not either. I was wondering that.
She's going to try to molecular out of some trees, like a quick spacesuit to put on. Like,
Doesn't work. You have no idea how a spacesuit is designed, and all you get is something that looks similar to what you imagine a spacesuit to look like.
So you get a Halloween costume.
Yeah, you get a Halloween costume.
That's probably something from like a movie set. She's like,
And Dialectic looks at it kind of skeptically and goes, I don't know if we should put our trust in that thing.
Yeah, as you like look at it and it's got like hoses and stuff, it looks pretty good. And you like take off the helmet and you realize the hoses are blocked. Like they're just solid pieces of plastic, and then like Dialectic like unscrews the thing on the back, and it's just a bunch of wires jammed in there on the backpack. There's like no circuit boards or tanks or anything. It's just wires. That's what Delilah.
And I said, I know a little bit about electronics. I mean, and I know enough to know this is not electronics.
She just like throws her arms in the air, going, I don't know. I don't know how like space cosmic superpowers work.
It worked with your cell phone though. I mean, for some reason.
High familiarity, probably. She goes, well, okay, take hands, because we don't want to suddenly have this wear off. If we really want to fly, we can fly for a bit. And
Will we
if
be
we're
able to breathe? Will we be able to breathe though?
I don't know that I am breathing right now. It's hard to tell.
Alright, well let's just fly up, and if it feels like we can't breathe, we'll fly back down.
Okay.
I think that's the way to do it, you know?
Yeah, okay, so you guys start flying up into the air. As you get up into the reaches of the upper atmosphere, you still feel like you're breathing. Then you get... but you feel like there's something like loosening. Actually, wait, Dialectic, I need you to make a flight roll. Nice. Okay, Dialectic, you got flight under control now.
And I start shouting, I can fly! I can fly!
Yeah, so as you guys zip up, you feel like some like limiter is loosening, and you're able to speed up faster and faster. And then suddenly, as you get up into the upper atmosphere, you zip forward. And maybe a minute later, you guys are out floating around the surface of the moon.
Delilah's just looking around in like shock.
When I said a minute, I mean 1.3 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So, can we breathe?
You are breathing, yes.
And we're in the moon.
Alright.
Yeah, you are floating around the moon. You're not on the moon. You're just floating, looking at the surface.
And I'm like, okay, wow, this is pretty crazy. Let's keep our... What does this guy look like? He's a blue-headed guy with a cape?
He's a normal white-skinned man with bald. And he has a big head, and he wears a blue cloak sort of thing over a white toga.
Ah!
Oh, well, let's keep our eyes peeled, because at this point, I'm ready to believe anything, guys.
Oh, is the man
Oh, by the way, I'm Dialectic.
It's like 1 a.m. and you've just introduced yourself.
Yeah. I'm Delilah again.
Yep, still Pangea.
Okay, so you guys are flying around on the surface of the moon. You use your telescopic vision, which, by the way, Dialectic, you notice you do not have telescopic vision, which the other ones do. you can listen. Apparently your hearing has been modified to be much better than theirs.
Right. Okay. Can I give a listen roll?
Yeah. Make a hearing roll.
Try to
Unearthly.
listen, see-
Roll.
I try to listen.
Roll. Everybody else roll on unearthly for your telescopic vision.
I'm rolling to see if I hear any togas rustling in the moon sand.
Yeah.
No. Well. That's on what? Unearthly?
Yep.
So it's a group.
Yellow?
No. So I got a yellow.
You.
I got a green.
There is there is nothing that no man on the moon that you see, but then as you are on this side of the moon that you of interest, but there as you are listening, you hear the sounds of animals and air rushing through, blowing through leaves on a tree.
Wait. What?
Yeah, you hear the sound of animals and
So am I hearing Earth?
no, you succeeded. So you've got ultra hearing under your control.
And I say there's animals somewhere around here on this moon of ours.
And for our yellow telescopic vision,
You guys don't see anything.
and I just looked at him going, I'm sorry?
I hear animals and wind blowing through the trees, birds chirping. I hear wonderful things.
That's the moon.
Yeah, you guys can only see the surface of the moon that you're looking at, and you pinpoint it to somewhere on the opposite side, away
I
from
say
Earth.
It's that way. It's that way. Let's follow my lead. Let's go.
Yeah, so she does.
We hold hands again, no. But we join hands again.
Okay.
We launch off in that direction.
Yep.
Okay. You shoot forward, and as you do, you come across this. A giant crater on the moon that is that you can look into, and it seems to be lush and full of life.
And I say, what is that?
There's a fuck. What? She just looks at it really confused.
I say, look, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I'm actually from outer space, and so I know a thing or two about the moon, and this is not supposed to be here, to my knowledge.
There are ruins in there, and there is a massive citadel perched on the edge that you see for a moment, and then it blinks out of existence in front of you. And then there is levitating over top of this area, inside of what looks to be some sort of bubble of air, a spectacular city floating out over top of the crater.
Interesting.
She's like looking at all of this in wonder, and she turns and goes, "Wait, you're from space?"
Originally, yeah.
Wait, you look like you're from space.
Well, my people are humanoid.
Your people are humans.
We're spacemen.
Huh.
And we come from a time when we can still say spacemen.
Okay.
We're an ancient race from a time when patriarchy was still acceptable.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool. I guess I'm technically from the past, so I can't really judge.
Well, anyway, I've never seen anything like this, though. Is this something that we should know about?
I don't know about it. Do you know about it?
You guys are floating off like about 100 miles away from this area, looking at it. Which is, I mean, the limits of what your vision is, Dialectic, your normal vision, but everybody else can, like, see people walking around in that city. They can see animals of all, like, prehistoric Ice Age animals wandering through those forests.
Uh-huh.
Did you know about this, Pangea?
I do not think that I had any idea about this. Not unless it's subconscious or something else, but no.
She, like, narrows her eyes and just kind of mutters, moon secrets. This is all very interesting and cool, but it doesn't really explain what's going on with us.
Well, you said the guy was looking at us, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you did see that tower there that was at the edge of the crater just disappear in front of you.
Yeah.
It was a massive, not even, it's too big to be a skyscraper, some sort of, like, superstructure.
With her vision, can she tell if it's, like, just invisible or if it's gone?
It seems to be just, I mean, it might be invisible, but you don't know. You can't tell.
I say, hey, you know, at this point, even if this is unrelated to the phenomenon that we're experiencing, it looks like these people are probably sophisticated enough that there might be a chance they can help us with it.
I mean, possibly, but I'm not really used to opening up with strange people. I mean, it worked out that one time in my life, but I don't really make a habit of it.
Yeah, well, you just gotta know how to work a crowd and still
Okay.
stay anonymous.
Okay, we'll go down. I won't touch anything. I'm just gonna float.
Alright. Well, let's approach and see what's there. Oh, you guys already see people.
Yeah. There's people, and I think I saw a saber-toothed tiger or something.
Yeah, you did see a saber-toothed tiger. There's all kinds of prehistoric animals in the lower reaches. And then there are people wandering through that city.
Okay, let's talk to the secret moon people, I guess.
Okay. I mean, I say that's our first option.
Right, as you approach closer, you are, and you pass into the area, you can feel the atmosphere that is in around this crater, and then there is a spaceship that zooms forward towards you, and it stops, and then a hatch opens up on the top, and it's like immediately shoots forward in front of you. A woman with yellow hair, blonde hair, and in a yellow suit comes, levitates out of the top of the hatch and stands on top of the vehicle. Roll reason to see if you recognize her.
That's gonna be a no.
Yeah, Pangea?
Sorry, I typed it wrong. Hey.
Yeah, none of you guys recognize her. And she says, humans, I don't know how you managed to get here. I don't recognize anyone with your sort of powers, but this is the realm of the Inhumans, and none are permitted. Back off, unless you want to fight.
Okay, we don't want to fight.
No fight. Not what we're interested in.
Greetings. We do not wish to fight. My name is Dialectic, and I consider myself sort of a meta-human, for the record.
She nods and says, well, I'm Crystal. You may know me from when I was a member of one of your teams, superhero teams, the Fantastic Four or the Avengers.
Oh, yeah. I definitely remember you now. Delilah lies. She doesn't pay attention to any of this.
Yeah. She nods and says, well, I'm sorry, if this had been maybe a different time, we would invite you in, but we are not taking guests at the moment.
That's
We need
all
your
right.
help.
Please take your leave.
Do you know, before we go, do you know anyone we can talk to that knows about space stuff?
I don't understand you. What?
She like looks at me. It's like, okay,
Space is sort of big.
okay, the three of us
you,
didn't used to be
kid.
able to fly into space and breathe space.
There's a space doings transpiring.
Indeed.
And we're just looking for answers of what's going on.
Well, I suppose if you have a question, you're best about these sort of things. One I found the most useful in contacting about questions or helping us with our knowledge would be the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed Richards.
She like looks over to Penji as like, see, a scientist.
So he's a scientist.
Okay, thank you.
We must see him at once, if possible.
I think he's in New York.
Oh. Okay.
All right, thank you. Bye, secret moon people. She says awkwardly. She starts working
Crystal
on the
waves
way.
at you good-naturedly as you fly away.
And we fly away.
Yeah, you guys zip down to New York, and as you approach the Baxter Building, a bunch of laser guns and missiles and everything come out, and then there's a little robot that flies out and says, "Oh, you're approaching at high speeds. Do not close in any closer. We will prepare to fire. Identify yourselves. This is the Baxter Building airspace."
Hello, I'm Delilah of the Exiles team. Me and my companions have recently been imbued with cosmic powers, and we're very confused.
And then there's a ding, and then a face appears, Reed Richards. He says, "Oh, hello, Delilah. I remember a call from Aaron recently, helping stop a nuclear apocalypse sort of thing. Come on in. Herbie, show him the way." And then the robot, like, the little video camera in its belly shuts, and then they fly you into the Fantastic Four building. You see all sorts of wondrous technologies in the upper reaches that are just kind of sitting there gathering cobwebs and dust. Things that you don't even understand, even if they're labeled, what they're supposed to mean. Hundreds of thousands of inventions. And you make your ways down through all of this equipment with tubes and pipes and metal and wires leading all directions in some sort of technological wonderland, until you come into another lab almost indiscernibly different from the others, where you see long strands of like blue rubber stretched from wall to wall, ducking underneath one of it, and then a head like rounds the corner, and you see stretched out the neck of Reed Richards tied to a head at the end, and you realize all of those pieces of rubber like draped across the whole place where it was his body, and then it like and then he stands up like a normal person in front of you.
Delilah just goes like, ah!
Dialectic said,
Standing there.
heavy, man.
Yeah.
He says,
Eyes are
"Oh,
like bugged out.
Delilah, Pangea," and he looks you up and down. And he says, "You're Dialectic, right?
Yes.
It's good to see you all. I haven't met." And he reaches a hand out, which stretches across the distance and shakes hands with Dialectic, if you're willing to take it.
Yeah, I'm very careful to try not to crush his hand with superpowers.
Yeah, I mean, you have good control of your strength, but even if you do put a lot of it, you find that his hand is rubber, and it just kind of...
Oh, okay. Very good.
And
Nice to meet you.
he says, "I see you've been bonded with the Enigma Force. This is troubling, but I suppose
sorry,
you'll...
what?
I suppose you'll have a handle of it. You guys are all in good standing. So what can I do for you?"
What do you mean bonded with?
Well, yes, you're Captain Universe.
What? I'm not in the Navy.
That's just what we call, or the traditional name of the living being that has been symbiotically bonded with the Enigma Force, the sentient energy field that grants you your abilities.
You don't understand. We've been struck with some kind of curse.
He goes, "Oh, a curse. I don't know about any curse. Maybe you should talk to Dr. Strange, Stefan."
No, Doctor.
Which may hit a sore feeling for Delilah, considering what you found out recently.
Yeah, she doesn't go into it. She like tries to brush past it as fast as she can.
Okay,
No, Doctor, what's this Enigma Force? Like, why do we have it? What is this?
Well, I thought I explained it quite well. Here, I could go into more detail as he one of his hands stretches out and he brings over a chalkboard.
Yes, she's like floating the entire time.
Yeah,
Still,
he
like,
starts to write on the chalkboard, and he's like putting up a bunch of equations. So you see, this is the energy coefficient here, and you see how it crosses across all of the different energy bands, which you could be scanned. I saw you have one of those devices here, so that shows you that it is some sort of fundamental energy field, a progenitor of many of the energies that we take for granted. As he's like doing math for you.
I mean, why do we have this power?
I can't tell you. We don't know why the Enigma Force chooses who it does.
It chooses? Like...
Yes. I said a sentient energy field. Is that it thinks on its own. The energy is alive.
Whoa.
Good God.
Well, I don't know. Could it ask first?
I don't speak energy field. Perhaps if you did, it would speak to you.
Because I'm getting like bonded to a lot of extra planar energy things, and I don't need another one.
Oh well, this one will presumably only last for a limited period of time. It usually has some sort of goal, or we think, but sometimes it just disappears after a period. But oftentimes it seems to want to prevent some major disaster. Something that could cause the death of a planet. Or, actually, I saw it bond to a dog once, and it saved a boy.
Okay, so we're on the scale of, I don't know, saving a pedestrian or a planet?
Yes.
You know, small scale.
she's like spun upside down at this point. She's like so confused and annoyed.
He's in shock.
I could talk to you about the theories on why it does this sort of thing. I think that it is some sort of enigmatic, and he starts to go into the description of what. I can explain it all to you if you'd like to actually hear it, but I assume you're going to tune him out.
Yeah. She like intros. Doctor, is there any way for us to work out?
You can just call me Mr. Fantastic or Reed.
Sure, Mr. Fantastic. Is there any way for us to work out what its goal is?
No, it seems to know what its goal is in advance somehow.
Cool. She says.
Whoever it chooses, it seems to go away after a while. So you'll either do what it wishes, or it will abandon you at an inconvenient time and choose a better host. But you are all good people. I don't think you'll have any worries about that. I mean, it's usually when it bonds with selfish individuals who put their own desires over the common good. I have my readings and my study on it if you'd like to see. I have these let me look. This was a while ago. I think it's here. Here it is. And he pulls open. He pulls open some files, and then pulls out on like a computer over to the side and types something out, and then hands you a flash drive. Said I put it in a flash drive. It's not the best. We usually use crystals in house. If you'd like one of those, I could give you a crystal.
Just mail it to Gadgeteer. I don't know.
Okay, I will. I'll send it in the mail.
Great.
And he walks.
Okay.
His arm stretches over, and it goes to a little robot that is like sitting there. And then he sticks a Post-it note to it with the other arm, and then it reaches all the way over to the desk on the far side, and then brings it back over and sticks it to it, and it says, "Send via robotic borer to center of Earth, Gadgeteer."
So she'll look to the others, she'll go, well, thanks, Mr. Fantastic.
Well, that was. Is that all you wanted? I thought you would have some problem.
I guess we don't.
Well, be careful. You have enough power in your hands to at least sink an island.
How can we find out what it wants us to do?
It'll just. The event will come to pass. You'll probably recognize it when it comes.
I thought you were a scientist. That sounds like some Buddhist stuff.
Well, I mean, I could show you the previous instances where it is gone. I've only got 3 on record, but the dog,
Let's review them.
Spider-Man, and my wife.
So yeah, Spider-Man. I remember that.
Yes, when Sue and the Invisible Woman got it, she seemed to have the Unipower, or the Enigma Force, I mean, and helping to protect it. It seemed to have been losing energy after some sort of climactic, devastating battle. I could only imagine something at the scale of perhaps even a cosmic problem. And then the other instance was some sort of world-destroying galactic entity came. Spider-Man was empowered by it, the Uniforce, and threw him out of the solar system. And then the dog saved a little boy. from falling from a Ferris wheel, I believe.
Okay.
That's the short version. I could give you the more detailed reports.
No.
I hope we get to save a dog from the Ferris wheel.
There was the boy, the dog safe. It was quite impressive.
I stand corrected.
Well, we'll keep. And she like looks to the others. We'll keep an eye out for cosmic bad guys or people falling out of Ferris wheels, I guess.
And the happenings, yeah. But we'll know when we see it.
And she just starts to, a little dejected, float away.
I follow.
Well, if you have any issues, let me know. But, I mean, just think about how easy your normal crime fighting will be while you have this under control. Make sure to carefully practice, I suggest underwater. Or at the Antarctica to get your powers under control. Okay, so what are you guys gonna do? It is it's like 4 or 5 in the morning when you leave in Ireland when you leave the Fantastic Four's headquarters, which will put it at like midnight in the eastern United States.
Well, I don't know about you guys. I mean, obviously, if something bad starts to happen, I'm gonna try to stop it. But I suppose we could keep practicing.
Okay.
Pangea?
Pangea? Alex? We can't hear you. Are you muted? It flashed there for a second. Alex.
Yeah.
There you
Sorry.
go. What's up? Did you hear him?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I missed a second there.
Yeah. It was just deciding to try to train so we don't accidentally kill
Yes.
everybody.
Yes. Very good plan.
Where should we train? Underwater or Antarctica? I guess we're not. I guess we're probably not invited back to the moon.
We can't train on the
I'm
moon?
guessing not.
We're allowed to go
No,
to
I think.
You probably
I think there's-
could, as long as you're not in the blue area of the moon.
Yeah, but we could do that.
We don't want to look like we're flouting their rules, though.
That's true.
I don't know that the secret moon people would like that.
Probably not.
Mr. Van Dyke said, "Oh, you met the Inhumans. They're nice. You know, a little standoffish sometimes, but
Dialectic.
the moon would be a good place to train. Yeah, you could probably make it to Mars pretty quickly too.
Huh.
Dude, let's go to Mars.
Yeah, great. Sounds even better than the moon.
The Mars peoples.
There are Mars people?
I don't know.
Not that I know of," says Mr. Fantastic. But there was those aliens that set up a base there a while
No
back.
Martian?
Yeah, the Zinrik, I believe.
Oh wait, weren't those guys that tried to kill everybody?
Yeah, they did. They got taken care of, though.
Take it.
Okay, I don't particularly feel bad about that then.
Yeah. I mean, most of their
Maybe
base
they
got
still have
detonated by a
facilities.
Soviet woman, so there might not be much there. But
Let's check it out. Delilah's like more excited now.
Okay, 3 minutes later, you guys are on Mars.
Yeah, Delilah will be trying out this super strength stuff as she like picks up a giant rock and goes, "Wow, I'm normally used to people throwing things like this at me."
So after about an hour, after about another 4 or 5 hours, it is about 10 a.m. And on Ireland, and you guys have got your powers under control. All of them are solid. You can use them freely. You have a training montage where you guys are throwing rocks at each other, and then you like build some houses by touching the Martian soil, and
Yeah. There's also one part of the montage where Dialectic is like listening really close. He's just like got his hand behind his ear and he's just listening. That's the boring part. He's just listening, and has a look of real focus on his face. He's listening really hard.
yeah.
And then like, the music's really climactic, like dun 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 dun. He's practicing his listening. Guys, I'll be back in an hour. I'm going to listening practice.
Okay. So listening practice over. It was the last one you saved for last. As the most exciting. What do you return back to Earth? I guess. Your power is now securely under your control. You fly back and you are in the city.
Gonna make some quick calls. I gotta make sure my niece is getting to school all right. She'll skip otherwise. She's a naughty little thing.
Yeah, you call the house and Ira picks up. It's like 11 o'clock a.m. on a Thursday.
Ira, hasn't Uncle ever taken you to school?
He said, "If you're smart, you don't have to go to school."
I'm sure he did. Okay. Did you talk to what was the other apprentice?
Miss Amazing.
Amazing. Did you talk to Miss Amazing?
Yeah, she's over there. She's been fighting against some sort of monster Aaron summoned for her before you left.
Right. Do you know Daybreak's number?
No.
Right. Okay, honey.
She gave it to you, I think.
Yes, she did. Just sit tight, and remember, don't skip school. That's what bad people do.
Oh.
And I say, well, no, not all bad people.
She like goes, just.
Oh, shut up.
My niece was literally born in hell. Let's not teach her anything bad.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, honey, I'll see you later.
Okay, see you.
Oh, geez.
You hear as you hang up, she says, "Miss Amazing, do you want help in there?" And she hangs up on you.
For reference, I think Delilah's niece could give us a small run for our money even with these powers.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Before the
Normally-
powers, yes, all three of you. But after the powers, it would be a cakewalk.
Anyway,
No.
I don't suppose any of you have seen or heard a cosmic problem?
Are you asking us?
Yeah. Who else would I be asking?
Not that I know. I'm new in town. I've been taking a break from cosmic stuff.
You reformed your cell phone again, Dialectic, and you're getting a call from Angus. I mean, Archer.
Hey, what's going on? I've been looking for you.
Hey man, what happened? Where did you go after that thing? I mean, that was weird. I don't know Did they put something in the water? Everybody passed out.
I don't know, man. I had a dream that I knocked the building down with my super speed and strength.
That's crazy. I had a dream that I was falling, and I hit the ground, and I didn't wake up. I just kind of bounced for a while.
Oh, that's cool, man. So, are you gonna go to that symposium next week on experimental tape looping?
Yeah, totally. They were. He says they got one of the club guys offered you a job.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll give you the contact information and forward it to me, and I'll get in touch. And hey, I was wondering, do you know any science guys in town?
Not really. I mean, I know some people who made it through college and got to work at like lab assistants and stuff. If you want, I can get a hold of them. What are you looking for? Why?
Something a little more advanced than that. Thanks.
Okay, that's
I
weird.
was see if somebody could figure out what kind of drug they gave us the other night.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
They must have
Anyway,
done something.
forward me the information about the job because I definitely need something to do, and when I get done doing what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, you might not want to take it though. I mean, that place. I don't see how it's going to make it much longer after drugging everybody who attended.
Hey man, everybody's got to start somewhere. Thanks, man.
He sends you the information. It's like it's tomorrow night.
All right, well I'll see if I can make it to that, and I thank him.
It'll pay a couple thousand.
Oh, okay. Well then I'll be there. That's a lot.
Well,
Dialectic.
okay, so we probably still have like normal lives to get to, and if we go our separate ways, powers go away, but that's all right. We're not like crazy with the powers, right?
Well, we don't have a mission or anything. The Enigma thing didn't
Yeah.
have anything.
Okay, good. I've just seen so
Yeah,
I've just
make sure we have each
who-
other's phone numbers.
Yeah, of course. I've just known some people who would like get these powers and immediately go to their heads and do some stuff with them. Anyway,
Gotta get ready for a gig tomorrow night, man.
great. That's much better than what I was thinking. Okay, yeah. Let's do that, and then if anything comes up that we can't handle, we'll come together. I can teleport.
Can't fly or do anything. I can only take taxis. That's
Okay.
what DJs do that.
All right, cool. Just let me know where you are if anything happens. So don't lose your phone.
I won't. Thanks. All right, so we're gonna go do our separate things now.
Okay. So
Dialectic goes back to Studio 4B. I'm sorry, Apartment 4B, and starts working on putting his equipment together for the gig the next night.
nice. You the next couple the rest of the day goes pretty uneventfully. Friday comes around, middle of the afternoon. You guys all hear on a thing that a army of grasshoppers has assaulted the city of Douglas and is holding the mayor hostage.
What?
Like, Delilah's like turned on the TV and she sees this and she's like, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me!"
Yes, giant man-sized grasshoppers are holding the city of the mayor of Douglas hostage.
All right, Dialectic is looking at the TV too, and he calls Delilah and says, "I'm still pretty unsure about the whole being drugged thing."
She goes, "Yeah, okay. I met these guys before. They're like some crazy insect villains. Hold on." She like calls Pangea. Pangea!
Yep.
There's giant bug people. I think we should do something about that. The rest of the team's like still at the core of the earth or something.
Well, then we better get after it.
Okay, so Delilah teleports to Pangea, I assume, grabs Pangea, teleports to Dialectic,
Yep.
then that gets all three of you together, and then you guys transform into Captain Universe.
I feel like we're probably over-prepared for this.
So as the three of you fly forward at hundreds of miles per hour, you zip across the Irish Sea and land in the city of Douglas, where there is a horde of giant grasshoppers fighting the police and winning, even with the Mandroid unit in there, led by the 5 members of Califera, the the Locust holding the mayor at laser point. He has repeated his claim of 10 million pounds to release the mayor.
Forgive me, where is this town then?
It's on the island of Man. It's a small town of like 50,000 people.
Okay. Have you guys been here before?
Hold on, just give me 1 minute. This is scary. This is so embarrassing. She uses her armor spell again.
I like how they're just holding this guy hostage for like $12 million. It's quite a bit. But...
yeah. She'll put on her armor so she at least doesn't look like Delilah at the moment, although with a different color scheme.
Yeah, it's Captain Universe armor. Looks like everybody else's now.
She's like, great. Let's rescue the mayor. I guess we can kill the giant bugs, don't kill the people. I thought about just grabbing that guy, but I think I would rip his head off if I did that.
Okay, what do you guys want to do? They are, the police are falling back behind their armored vehicles as the Mandroid units set up like a line. They're the only things holding back the grasshoppers from busting out of the mall area, you know, like the area around the public area around the courthouse and everything. So,
Well, Dialectic is like, of course, we better get in there and back up the police and that whatever unit that is.
Pangea, do you want to save the mayor?
All right, I'll give it a go.
I'm gonna punch one of those things in the face.
you got a call, by the way, from Ching Pei, who is scheduled to meet you later today. He says we can't discuss Dialectic. He says I can't discuss any of this over the phone. Please, you never know when they're listening. The Westerners.
And I'm like, yes, of course, the Westerners. And I just make mental note of it, and then I get back into my thinking back into the fray.
Okay. Okay.
I'm ready. I'm with, Delilah, that we should attack.
Okay, so you guys are gonna assault the grasshoppers?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, make a fighting roll for multiple attacks.
Hang on.
Here's the stat. Oh, whoops. Dang it.
Even with her new incredible fighting skills, Delilah is still not a great fighter.
Pow. Well, with ridiculous stats, Dialectic can't strike land a blow.
It doesn't
Land a blow. Watch out, I'll land a blow.
Okay, there's your stats. Dialectic, you got 2 attacks. Wait, what's your fighting now? With a +2.
Oh, hang on a second, my dog is attacking me here. With a +2?
Yep. +2 CS, 2 ranks.
Right, I get it.
What's yours, Alex?
Sensational.
Sensational? Okay. So you
Yeah.
got 2 attacks. Alex, what's yours?
So roll one.
Yep.
Right. You said to strength. Wait, sorry.
Fighting.
Strength.
Roll for
No,
2
fighting.
attacks.
Thank you for reminding me to roll for 2 attacks, Jacob.
No problem.
Mine was.
All right, first attack is a hit.
What is your rank, Alex? Your fighting rank, Alex.
Incredible.
Is that with the +2 CS?
No, that was before.
So
that
you're
would
amazing.
be amazing.
Okay, so yeah, you both get 2 attacks. Delilah, you get 1. Dialectic, you zip through the air at rocket-like speeds, and then you bring in a hard hook. What are you going to do? What are you punching? There's about 50 grasshoppers here.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to. I'm flying, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try to fly down with my fist and just try to smash as many of them in their faces as I pass through it. You know.
You just like put one hand out and the other hand back, and you kind of rocket forward, leaning into it, and you go boom,
like
boom, 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 boom.
Like a strafing run of punches.
Yeah, and you just hold that hand out and fly forward. You go boom, 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 and like that. You know, like Superman against that laser in the old 1930s cartoon. As you go boom, 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 you just fly through a straight line of them and like uppercut through about 15 of them. They just go and explode as your punches are so hard they cause the oxygen molecules in the air to ignite.
Whoa. And I yell to Delilah and Pangea, "Hey, this is fun, man!"
So there's 20 of them down. Second attack, Dialectic.
What's that?
Second attack.
Sorry. Let me roll. Okay. After I do my strafing run, I turn around and I open up with my sonic, the chest blast.
Yeah.
Which is my main sonic attack, and I unleash on them with that. But that's not enhanced, is it?
It is. It's at an earthly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
So
then
you
definitely want to use that then.
Go like you flex the giant sonic regeneration blast goes boom, 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 and as it jettisons forward, the sonic waves hit them, and as they explode from the intensity of the sonic force. 15 of them go down.
And I raise both my fists in the air like, yes!
Yep. Delilah will jump in, try to clear away, although that doesn't... I'm pretty sure Pangea will be able to get to the mayor, but... and yeah.
What are you doing?
She's gonna just punch the grasshoppers.
Okay, yeah, you run in and you like grab one of the grasshopper by its leg and you boom, throw it into like 10 of them, and then as some of them swarm you, they like just bite into you and like snatch it at your face, but it doesn't even pierce through your clothes. And you don't have your force field up either. And as they like bite at you, and then you just like reach over and grab a lamppost, rip it from the thing, and then spin it around you like a helicopter and cut through another 5. And that's all the grasshoppers as they are mutilated horrifically. Pangea, you're up. The guys are like, oh my god, our army of grasshoppers. I thought we were locusts. I thought you said we'd be invincible. And he says, defend me, I'll shoot, give up. He looks like he's about to pull the trigger. What do you want to do?
Let me look. Shoot. I feel like I should be able to fly over there fast enough to like knock them away.
You can't actually. You fly at less than the speed of sound, even.
Okay.
You could shoot the gun with the... Well, yeah,
Wait,
you can do a bunch of
could
crazy shit.
I shoot like a plasma, the plasma bolt or the kinetic bolt?
Yep.
Is
The
that
plasma
like a
bolt
focus
is
area?
so powerful it would probably melt him.
What about that?
Maybe like
The
another
kinetic
bolt, the
bolt
other
would
one
be
then?
fine, you know.
Okay. And I have marksman too, so. Yeah. Okay, and that's going to be agility, right? So. 57. On. It's agility, right, for shooting?
Yep.
So sensational. So that'd be. I think I just made a yellow.
All right, 57 on good. He's caught by surprise as you raise your hand quickly, and then the blast is shot out. As it flies across the thing, he's like, starts to pull the trigger, but it, boom, shoots the gun out of his hand, and he goes, no! And he picks the guy up, and he throws him at you, and he says, run! Run, Califera! He throws him off the stand. He's going to fall.
Okay.
You have a second action. What do you want to do?
Do what?
I said,
I
you
guess
have
I'll
a
go
second
catch
action.
this
What do you
other
want to
guy
do?
falling.
Catch
Go
him?
Catch the mayor. Yeah.
Okay, you shoot across there, roll agility.
Sensational.
And it's yellow.
Yellow
You
again.
zip across the distance, and then you spin with one of your legs. You catch the mayor, and then kick the cricket in the chest. His armor instantly breaks off of him entirely, but you pull back the blow, and though you smash him into the wall, he just slumps unconscious. Okay, they fire laser guns at you. Do you guys want to dodge?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, roll to dodge. Dialectic, one shot comes at you.
Alright, hang on.
Two comes at you, Delilah. They both hit. They do nothing. The blast shoots and it aims straight at your face, Dialectic. And though you try to move to the side, you're not fast enough. It blasts you right in one of the eyes, and you feel nothing.
Oh, shit. What? What happened?
Alex, Pangea, you do like a cartwheel off to the side as the blast shoots into the ground next to you, moving quicker than you've ever moved before. But you look at everybody else. Delilah has just been there shot twice. It didn't even singe your outfit.
And I say I never was that good at dodging.
Dialectic's just like wiping some dirt out of his eye. Okay, they are running as quickly as they can. What do you guys want to do?
She's gonna fly over to intercept Locus.
Okay, zoop, you're right in front of him.
He's like,
He goes, ah! Hey, you look familiar. You're Rainy Day.
No, not whatever. It's a bad day for you right now. Give up.
Yeah, because you're gonna rain on my parade, right? I get it. Haha.
She's like really restraining herself at this point.
While he's trying to talk to you, he's trying to back into an alley.
Yeah. She's just gonna like Superman, like grab a lamppost, twist it around, and just like try to tie him up with it.
Okay. Make a fighting roll.
What's this game again?
Locust. The bad guy's Locust. Yeah, okay, you walk over and then zip it around him, and he goes, what? Let it go! And as he struggles, and you just push the lamppost over, and now he's laying on his back. Okay, he's down. Pangea, what do you want to do?
Is there anybody else that's running? We have the mayor.
Grasshopper, Groundhopper, and Mole Cricket.
I'll go for Mole Cricket,
Okay.
just to capture him.
Make a roll for 2 attacks, Dialectic. Okay, you zip over there, and he sees you coming, and what are you gonna do? How are you gonna catch him? You criticaled.
Well, I should use.
Yeah, you got a 10, so. He looks back and he goes, ah! He screams as you come at him.
I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna like make it look like I'm getting ready to crash into him, and then like when he like cowers in fear, I'll stop and pop to the other side of him. And he's like, "Huh?" And turns around and I just grab him like calmly, like, "Huh?"
Okay, yeah, he goes, ah! And he drops down, covers his face. And then and then he looks around as he doesn't feel himself getting hit. He looks at you, and his eyes go wide as you just reach over and grab hold of him. And then, stomp on the ground, and the ground goes boom, 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 and builds a little, coffin up to cover everything but his face.
There we go. Perfect.
Alright, that's Mold Cricket's out. Figure you wanted your hand free in the future.
Yeah.
Who do you want to go after, Dialectic? You can get one of them.
Right, I'm gonna go after Grasshopper.
Okay, make your roll. Your fighting roll.
Yep. Boom.
What's your fighting?
Sorry. Well, is it enhanced?
Yep, +2.
+2, so right, so it's sensation.
Okay, so 54 is still green. He got a white. Yep. So he fails, and you cover the ground against him. How are you going to catch him?
I'm just gonna run up and do a straight up punch against him because I'm enjoying having super sensational strength.
Okay, you rush up, and then boom, you punch, and it just knocks him way up into the air. As he shoots up like a rocket, you see a sonic boom, and then he flies up and up and up and up, and then you see debris start to fall from the sky, and then you zip up after him, and as he starts to hit past, you see the hole puncture through a cloud, and then he'll fly up, and you catch him before he goes up any higher, and then bring him back down to Earth. He's passed out.
And I say, that was my secondary attack.
All right, and you went after Grasshopper, right? So Groundhopper has gone, but all three of you look around, scanning with your penetration vision, your X-ray vision, and Pangea, you were the first one to notice him. He's dropped into the sewers and is running away.
Alright. I guess, use my Geo Force to basically box him in, to where he can drop into the sewer, but it's just like he put himself in his own, box.
Okay, yeah.
Walls, and he drops down and can't go anywhere.
You just stomp your foot and it goes boom, 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 and boxes him up, and then you push the box up out of the ground and it's sitting on top of it, sliding it over here. And then while that is going on, you guys have caused a considerable amount of property damage, but Delilah just walks over and puts her hand on the ground and then repairs everything. The lamp post that you broke is back. The hole in the ground where the sewer was is now repaired. The Dialectic comes over and fixes the police cars that got crushed.
Oops.
And you guys are good to go. Police go, wow, what's your names?
I say, I was just going.
You look really familiar, miss. Hey, they say, oh, hey, that's Rainstorm. You have way better powers than you did a minute ago.
Yeah, I change all the time.
Well, I'm glad you caught these guys. They're creeps. We'll just take them in and take them to the police station. Thanks for your help.
No problem, no problem.
Okay, you guys beat up a D-class villain and stopped a local conspiracy. That is 75 karma each.
the Enigma thing wanted?
No, you still have your superpowers.
Oh.
So you guys separate after that, and the next couple days pass normally. You team up a few more times to like take down a smuggling ring, some human traffickers, and then there is you hear about a earthquake starting to happen in Japan and a tsunami. So you go over, fly across the world, and then stop the tsunami from destroying a town. And all that stuff we'll just say, since it'll net you another 50 karma, and that puts you through the weekend. And Dialectic, the Order of Singularity wants you to give some of your power to them so they can study it. They think it would be useful in their attempts to fight for their radical political outlook against the Western powers in favor of the Chinese Communist government.
Of course, I'm down to help them.
Yeah, and they have plans to help support communist rebellions in Africa with these energies. If you're willing to donate it.
Okay, I'm ready to donate.
Okay. So you turn over a portion of the Enigma Force, asking them to come meet you at a location, and then secretly donating it once they get into the area. Delilah and Pangea, and then you give them a portion of the energies that you have.
And I say this will help maintain the balance of power.
And then you depart from there, and yeah, it's now the weekend, and you have you've done all this stuff, and when there is news coming to you from Mr. Fantastic, he contacts you all. Well, actually, he contacts the Exile members.
Okay. I'm at the club, spinning.
Yep. Pangea and Delilah.
Yeah, he's like,
He says, I know what the Enigma Force is contacting you for.
oh good.
There is a horde of self-replicating, autonomous robots that are devouring solar systems on their way here.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's quite a bit more scale than what we've been
That's for
using.
real.
It's the Borg.
Yes, they exist in the vacuum of space and are able of traveling at greater than light speeds, and stop in solar system after solar system and disassemble it into its base molecules.
This sounds like a formidable adversary.
Okay, point us in the direction then, and we'll put a stop to it.
They'll be landing in the outer reaches of the solar system within a day or two.
I hope not Monday. That's when I start my new job.
I think it'll be Tuesday.
It's good
Right.
for me.
I'll have to come up with something. All right, fine. All right, cool.
Now Delilah has first world superhero problems.
yeah, it's tragic. It's truly tragic.
If only you'd been a rich heiress.
I mean, technically, I was, but it was the inheritance was evil. So.
Alright, so you guys, that Tuesday, Delilah calls off sick on her second day of work so that she can fly to Pluto.
Okay, guys. It's self-replicating super murder death robots.
The board.
Well,
I'm sorry, I don't know this reference. James knows the reference. Delilah has no idea what you're talking about.
Any
It'll take
ideas
you. It'll
on
take
how
you.
do we put a stop to this?
It'll take you 4.5 hours to fly to Pluto.
Yeah, she goes, well, I figure we plasma blast them until they don't exist anymore.
That is not a bad idea, yeah, especially if we go all the way out there.
I'm pretty sure as soon as we see them, if all three of us just fire, that should at least start a pretty decent initial den.
I'm all for it.
Hopefully. Yeah, happy game.
I'll use my primary attack.
Okay, you guys start to fly out there, having put together your battle plan.
Primary attack.
They have called on other superheroes of Earth. You are followed behind you, traveling at similar speeds. Thor, Clea, there's not very many people who can travel that far, that fast. That's about it. They have contacted Quasar and the Nova Corps too, so they are out there with you, waiting on you.
Okay.
And the Silver Surfer appears before you all, and he says, "Hello, my friends of Earth. I presume that you have discovered the thing that I have. These creatures, these monstrosities, were created by beings on Zeron the 7th, and they devoured their creatures and have since been nothing but a plague, a mindless plague on the galaxy."
Like, there's this, he's talking with us with this very serious tone. Everyone's there very serious, and for a moment there's nothing, and Delilah looks down and goes, is that a surfboard?
He says, yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So he levitates over next to you. And you can all speak in space somehow.
Yeah.
Through space powers.
Space powers are wild.
Yep. So as you this motley crew of about 100 Nova Corps members, Quasar, who is surrounded in his golden aura with his quantum bands on his wrists, Thor, swinging his hammer, like rotating next to him, Silver Surfer on his board, and you all are there. You know that more people from Earth are on their way, but they have their spaceships have not traveled as quickly, and there was not a lot of time before realizing this. So, as you are prepared for this, then you are suddenly greeted by a bunch of like a massive warp hole appearing in space, and as that does, a swarm of insects-like creatures fall out of it. They are roughly baseball in size, but they are metallic little orbs that seem to melt down everything around them. You see, you three see like space debris disappear in front of you, like individual like molecules getting broken down and decomposed into their composite elements. And Dialectic, you don't see this, but you hear them like chomping and melting stuff.
Okay.
The rest see this coming, and then you keep watching in front of you, and you see more and more of them pour out until the whole space in front of you is black, is metal, is reflected with the dim light of the sun, and the scale is beyond imagination. This is much larger than the sun itself. This is much larger than any planet. If we were to zoom out, to a scale to capture all of them, they would appear on a model of the solar system. And to be in front of it, it is more dwarfing than to be in front of the ocean. So,
Damn. Okay.
as you feel woefully inadequate to face the task in front of you, Thor says, "Warriors, today we fight to save this world that we have called home. Fight well, and know that if you fall, you shall have a place in Valhalla." Ah! And he charges forward. And Silver Surfer is like drops his board and he says, "To me, my boy," as it scoops up underneath of him and he shoots forward. And the Nova Corps go, "Nova Corps, charge!" I don't know, they don't have a sick catchphrase. And you just see a light array as like as a storm cloud appears in the sky and massive thunderbolts crackle through outer space. Blasts of purple cosmic energy rend through innumerable numbers of these things. Golden beams and structures crush them into nothingness, obliterate them at atomic level. And the Innova Corps pour energy blasts as the hundreds of them battle it out, all defending each other. What are you guys gonna do?
I'm gonna shoot it.
I'm letting loose unearthly blast of sonic generations.
Okay, you guys begin to pour your energy into it and making your blasts. And though you shoot down some of them and visually you feel like you're making a dent, you look around after a while, about 30 minutes of fighting, and you realize that some of the Nova Corps members are hurt, and they have been pushed to the center of this, and you guys have now been surrounded, having carved out this massive hole, and like the size of the orbit of Mercury, out of this massive amount of enemies, and they press in on you at all sides.
Any suggestions, gentlemen?
Honestly, no, not really.
We have to combine our Enigma powers somehow.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, I have one idea, although I haven't practiced it a lot, and I'm not too familiar with these things. I need to become more familiar with them, because then maybe we can alter their composition in a more favorable way.
Yeah.
You, Delilah,
Yep.
as of late, too, you feel a magical connection with a new, entity.
Oh boy. Alright.
And it has been growing, and you kind of can feel it, even though it's not an active connection. They have little interest in it. You feel that you can make contact with them favorably. And it is, you know the entity's name. It's Eternity. Which means nothing really to Delilah, I don't believe, but...
Yeah.
But you can add that to your entities evoked list.
Boy. And what rank should I put that at?
What's the one with the... What was your main one?
The others are all amazing.
Yeah, it'll be amazing then. But
Oh boy.
right now it is also at Unearthly.
Okay. Yeah, Delilah will say, okay, I've got a little bit of a curveball. I need you guys to protect me while I go for it, though.
What are you trying to do?
Okay.
I'm gonna try to contact Eternity, as She knows the name. She doesn't know anything else about it, but she's assuming that it's probably linked to this universe power stuff.
Yep. Yeah, so you guys start defending Delilah as she makes contact. And, Delilah, you are suddenly whisked away into a all-white room. Did you guys watch the end of the Thor movie? The fourth Thor movie?
No.
I think so.
You know at the end where they're in, like, that all-white room?
Yeah.
So, Delilah, you are here in front of this figure, right? On this, in that space. And they sit there cross-legged with no face or anything. They don't seem to be there, but they look at you. You think.
Yeah, she goes, Eternity, I beseech you, please lend me your aid to stop this dreadful swarm upon our universe.
There is no answer. But as you sit there, you feel a sort of resonance in your chest. And there is, you hear in this space, a voice come from the energy inside of you. And it says, this is the task I have given you my powers for. This is it. And if you can use all of my power, you can end this curse. But no, it may require a great sacrifice on your part.
Yeah, she nods and goes, I understand.
Eternity doesn't move, and at that point you kind of blink and you're back out in normal space. I mean, if you want to use Eternity's powers, I mean, you can do something at an earthly rank.
Okay.
But I mean, it's just a normal spell sort of scenario.
I will have a quick look to see if there's anything unearthly I can cast while someone thinks of something to do.
Do you telepathically share what you heard with everybody else?
Yeah.
Or tell them?
Goes, we've got, apparently we've got the powers we need, but it might be a bit hard, so give it your all.
Okay, the fighting continues, and make an unearthly roll, everybody. Okay.
Red, nice.
Red, yellow, red.
Sure, yellow. Yeah.
Red, yellow, red, right?
Oh no.
Red, yellow, yellow. Okay.
Yeah, barely.
Okay. James, you are doing everything you can, throwing out all the power you can, destroying tons of them. You see off to the side Thor hammering through thousands of them, blasting through stuff. Silver Surfer just demolishing sections of them, planet-sized barrels. Quasar drops, though, in the fighting, and the Silver Surfer levitates himself off, and the board rescues him and sends him back to Earth. Then you see more of the Nova Corps go, and one of them takes one of them and a bunch of them and wraps them in their power and flees with them. There's about 50 Nova Corps members left, including the Earth Nova Corps member. And you all continue to hold the ground, but then suddenly a swarm comes over and engulfs Pangea and Dialectic, and you expend your power and blast them away, but not before they can maul away at you, which pierces through you, and you take 125 points of damage. So that's 25 each. But you guys have a ton of hit points right now. You should have like 600, I'd say, right?
Okay.
250 for endurance, and then the higher ranks for fighting and agility.
I'm just writing down how much damage I'm taking.
We'll just say everybody's health has been set to 600. Is that fine?
And then I just took 125?
No, 25, because you have 100 points of body resistance.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're going to keep fighting?
Of course.
Well, yeah. No, man, I'm kind of tired.
Okay, roll again.
Sonic Blast.
Yeah, Dialectic's over there, like, flexing his chest over and over, and Sonic Blasts are just rippling through, and though there's no air and space and the Sonics would normally be ineffective, they're like, as they shoot forward, you're creating matter to vibrate with it, and it just devastates them.
Should I roll twice, or should we just doing abstract?
There's too many of them, so we're just abstracting it.
Alright, I got an eternity spell I'd like to try.
You got another yellow.
I got a red this time.
Okay, Pangea Blast, Cosmic Blast, take some more down. There's only and Dialectic, your chest beams blast through more of them. Delilah, you are deflecting many of them with fields to protect everybody now. You see Thor, he's starting to get bloodied as they continue to pound on him, but as more and more of them are destroyed, there still seems to be innumerable of them. Silver Surfer's board has returned, and the Nova Corps has done their last evacuation run. There is a single Nova Corps member left. What's his name? Ryder, right? I can't remember his name. No, the Nova of Earth is...
Oh, I don't know.
Anyways, Nova, the hero, Richard Ryder of Earth, is still there fighting with you all. He seems to be pretty bloodied. Silver Surfer has been beaten on a bit, and he looks to be wounded. Though that you can't tell from his skin. It seems to be hard to pass through. He has been hurt quite a bit. He's tired and seems to be getting winded.
Yeah. Delilah is going to attempt a spell from Eternity.
Okay, what is it?
Energy Control Gravity. She's going to try to summon the gravitational force of a black hole in the middle of of these things.
Okay, you can't make it that powerful, but you can do a lot of gravity damage with this. So you roll unearthly.
5. Green.
You summon a black hole and it sucks in a planet's worth of them, compacting them into nothingness until they like smashed into their constituent atoms, right, and then scattered. But while that has happened, up from underneath, a giant surge-like pillar comes over top of you, and your whole body is ripped apart for a second, and then the Enigma Force bursts from you, disintegrating the ones around you. You take 150 damage. That's after the armor.
Okay.
You hear, you need to do something specific or you're not specific. You need to do something to end this threat overall, or you know that you like the feeling from the Enigma Force has grown stronger in all three of you. you know that you combine your abilities, you will, of some way, you could emit a lot greater power. But like I said, that will leave you at greater risk.
Yeah. All right. I've got one more idea other than just blasting that I can attempt.
Okay, you guys want to keep fighting for another round then, while Delilah attempts one more thing?
Ooh. I guess if he's already, or if she's already trying, then might as well.
Okay. You have made a dent in these things, but having destroyed untold trillions, or more than that, quadrillions maybe, but it is it's not enough. Roll a D100 for unearthly. Around you, as you continue your blast, you see Thor smash again through another, and then he is blasted one more time, and he goes, "Rah!" and he puts his hands together, and he shoots one more giant blast, and it shoots through a huge amount of them, just devastating a huge swath, maybe taking out a quarter of all that there is, and then he goes, and he drops to the ground, and he floats into space. And at that, you see Nova go, "Ah!" and he shoots the rest of his power out, and he goes, as he holds his mouth, and you can see like a air freeze out of his lungs, and then the Silver Surfer goes and scoops him forward and puts him on the board, and he says, "No, you fought too well and too hard. I won't let you die." And then he blasts back another force, and then they swarm the Silver Surfer as his board disappears, and he disappears into the cloud. And then there's a giant explosion, but then it backs back over top of him, and and then that's the last you see of the Silver Surfer. It's now just the three of you.
Okay, I just rolled a 91.
Okay, you shoot forward Dialectic, and you blast into it and grab the Silver Surfer out of the mass, and then you fling him out and away from him, off into the distance as far as you can throw him, saving his life. And then you fend off more, shooting down thousands of them. You are caught by surprise, Pangea, as you are blasting through them, hoping to defend and protect the Silver Surfer's board as they get out of here, cutting away through so they can get back to Earth. You then are you find that a couple of them have formed together, and erupting from them is a giant energy blast of this massive ball. And as it blasts into you, you take 500 damage, minus your 100.
Alright, here's my idea of and what we all suffered for. It's not gonna work, but here we go. Delilah is going to try to grab some in her hand and try to use the molecular conversion to alter it. And alter it slightly, just alter it, so instead of eating any material, it'll eat just others of itself.
Okay. Make an unearthly roll.
Let's have a look.
It's a green.
Green, yep.
So you alter it, and it shoots forward, and it spreads to more of them, and then they begin to fight amongst themselves. But as you do that, you also get a beam, and there's a flash of light coming from it, and you can tell that there's something different about the one that you have kept in your hand now. It devours some stuff around it, and then it grows bigger, and then there's a beacon-like light coming off of it now, as the other ones spread out as it infects the ones around it, as it spreads out and around of it. However, there's a sudden push, and another out of nowhere, blasting through it and the other ones, is a massive beam of light that shoots through you and it for 250 points of damage. Many go down, but then after that beam goes down, and over in the same direction that Thor had just done his last blast, you see a red like beacon flashing way off in the distance with your telescopic vision.
Okay.
Alright. Shall we team up, gang?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you kind of saw it when you did it yourself. You made like a new core one, and it started to control ones in the area.
Yeah.
And you're getting this feeling there was a similar but different, green is good, red is bad beacon off in the distance.
That's the core one. We should kill that.
Or you could team up.
Say we team up.
No, she's like, there's one of them in charge. We gotta take that one out.
Okay.
The Enigma Force also kind of like directs you to pull together, as opposed to Delilah's plan, and you feel like as you guys are kind of subconsciously pulled closer together, your powers get slightly stronger. But then Delilah's like, no, we gotta go get the center one. What do you
I don't know,
do?
Delilah. I think we should listen to the Enigma Force.
It just doesn't feel right, man.
Yeah.
Alright. She keeps an eye on this red doll, but she'll join with the others, following their instinct.
So if you following their instincts, you remember what it said, like it would put you all in great danger, but you could have the power to end it.
Oh yeah, he didn't remind us of that, but yeah.
Well, she did say. Well, yeah, it depends. Do you want to take the risk?
So you guys like grab hands. She's like, "Do you want to take the risk?"
We gotta do it.
Yeah, I think we've got to.
Absolutely must.
I could just teleport us over there.
Your teleportation range is not nearly good enough. You would have to fly.
Yeah. I think we can do it.
I say we do it.
Team up or charge?
Team up.
Team up.
Okay, I guess it's team up.
Yeah,
Delilah, you were. I guess you could ruin it by separating.
No, she
but-
won't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So as you all form hands, like you got to make that like little circle, and that's the way it feels, right? There's a sudden surge, and the Enigma Force powers up, and you can feel all of your abilities enhanced to another level. And now you have you roll against Shift 500. Somebody pick one person to roll.
I'll do it.
Oh, God.
A yellow.
The yellow.
All right, you guys are hit at the same time. They see what you're doing, and as the energy starts to surge, a mass of them, like a Jupiter-sized mass of them, form together, and then a massive beam shoots forward at the same time. The two clash, and then they form a bunch of other ones off to the side, and they shoot at you at the same time too. But yours overpowers this main one as it blasts through it. The Jupiter mass of these robots scatter off in all the directions and explode, and then it continues forward, striking through the middle of it, and then a gigantic sun-like blast that then encompasses and get bigger and bigger. You guys are blasted from the sides by the remnants of them before whatever this explosion takes out most, if not all of them, and the core. You are blasted for 150 points of damage. And
Minus the 100.
yep. Are you still alive?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Okay.
then, as that happens,
25.
and you see the last of them go, you feel a sudden loss of energy in your body as the Enigma Force dissipates into space. And you guys hold your breath as you suddenly get there, and you like, you start to freeze into space. Roll an endurance roll. On your normal endurance. You can spend karma if you want on this.
Oh, I am. So much.
Okay, what are you guys getting?
Yellow.
This is an intensity roll.
Green.
So you can raise it as
Okay.
much as you want, or you can leave it wherever you get it.
What do we gotta get?
You don't know.
I'll raise it.
Can I spend
I'm gonna raise.
to raise it? I can spend 10, I think, and raise it to a yellow.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do
30 would get you a 100.
I'm gonna spend 30 and raise mine to a red.
I'm gonna spend
Yours is
20.
Yeah.
24. Your 30 would only get you to like a green.
Oh, how much do I have
Yeah.
to spend to raise it to a red?
80.
That's how much I'm spending.
Okay. What are you getting
So,
now?
must spend my 30.
Okay, so you guys are all taking them to reds.
Yep.
Okay, as you freeze there for a second, you look at each other as you like the air leaves your body, and then like your body freezes over, and it's horrifically painful as you guys start to almost immediately start to die, and then it goes dark, and then you awaken moments later to a comforting sort of energy wrapped around you as you look over, and Silver Surfer has laid you all three on his surfboard and is bringing you back through the power cosmic and back to Earth on his board. He looks down at you and he says, "That was a heroic thing you did. Willing to sacrifice yourselves for your planet. It is not easy."
Anytime.
And he takes you back, and you are dropped off in Dublin.
Huzzah!
Woo! All right. Having had your fun with the Enigma Force, you guys get 200 karma. And then we will give you 50 for showing up and everything, and that'll be it. Hold on. Nobody tried to use the Enigma Force for any nefarious means. I could have swore somebody would have at least used it to like transmute some metal into gold, and become hugely rich.
As tempting as that would be.
Yeah. So there you guys go.
Dialectic is just get in the vibe of living in a new place, so it didn't occur to him. He would have paid his rent.
Unfortunately, Delilah's only after petty crime these days.
Yep.
Right, that's kind of Dialectic's way too small time to even think of that.
You didn't set out and get revenge. I mean, you didn't really have too much of a chance to do it, but I mean, if you had wanted to go after what's his name, Delilah, Algernon Crow,
Could have done, but
you messed him up. So,
Yeah.
there you guys go.
Alright.
Play again?
Yeah, we'll plan to play again